Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Mastering Jenkins with none other than the world record holder, Mr. Vimal Daga. There are different set of people as a part of this program, so just wanted to address each one of you all. Welcome my specialization in DevOps learners as well. Jenkins is a major part of your program. We did yesterday with the complete CI/CD, understanding of what CI/CD is, and wherein Vimal sir had shown you how can we implement the same over AWS cloud, which was an additional benefit to understand from an AWS perspective, from over cloud perspective as well. So that was a complete detailed discussion which we did on CI and CD. Again, obviously Jenkins is a major CI/CD tool. So today is a day 2 of Mastering Jenkins. And I hope you all had attended yesterday's session, and the ones who missed it, it was there on the portal to revise. But it's a humble request, which we have been noticing over a bit of time. Just because we upload the session on the portal, people take that, it's okay, we'll do it later. But the kind of session experience which you get when you do it with Vimal Daga sir live is something very different. It's something which will make you feel more satisfied, more blissful. So it's a request that please pull out your time and attend the complete session with sheer dedication. That will really help each one of you all. Correct? Second is definitely welcome to my learners who had enrolled specifically for Mastering Jenkins. Probably they have done the other individual components with me earlier, like Ansible, GitHub, and now they are doing only Jenkins with me. So welcome to day 2 for this Jenkins program on mastering. Again, I'm sure you all got an amazing, detailed, explanation of what CI/CD is. And today, when you start doing it with the help of Jenkins, you'll understand the power of Jenkins and why Jenkins is such a most powerful tool in the DevOps world. Also, when you apply for a better profile or a DevOps engineer role, DevOps architect role, or even a promotional activity which happens, like you are already as a DevOps engineer willing to go for a senior DevOps engineer, then how come Jenkins and its integration with Kubernetes and other things plays a very vital role? Correct. Welcome to my Earth learners. Jenkins is definitely a part of your Earth, and that's the reason you all are here as well. Fortunate enough for my Earth learners to learn with industry people who have rich experience, because when you learn with such people, such kind of questions arises, and even your thinking process opens up. So you should be thankful to all the other members, Earth learners who are here, because of whom you're getting a more richer and a more better experience of Jenkins to be learned under none other than Mr. Vimal Daga, sir. As a giveaway, we had given it to Earth 1.0 learners as well. So welcome all my Earth 1.0 learners. Before we proceed further, it is going to be a weekend program, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, and it depends upon the number of hours which Vimal sir needs to complete Jenkins. So I won't be restricting it with 1 weekend or 2 weekend, whatever. He will be taking it for 3.5, 4 hours on every weekend, as we did yesterday. Yesterday was a much longer session, 5.5, 6 hours. Because it had to complete certain amount of agenda which was there in the program. Jenkins or 2.0 or 1.0 specialization in DevOps, all of you all have your respective WhatsApp groups. That's where you'll come to know where you can communicate further for any queries. Portal access has been given to each one of you all. We give it on the registered email ID. So please ensure you check your spam box, your promotion box, your inbox. There would be a mail from #13. In case if you're still facing any issue with respect to the access, then we will help you with a number by end of the session, wherein you can get in touch with Akbar. He'll be your kind of a community manager, a single point of contact for each one of you all in case if you're facing any issue. Yeah. Before we proceed, let's do a small activity which I've been doing in varied sessions, and it is really helpful and fruitful for each one of you all. I'm sure many of you all were a part of my quantum program as well in the morning hours. So a long weekend for you all. But yes, the grasping still needs to remain the same, because when our mentor, when our teacher, Mr. Vimal Daga, can do it for so many hours with full energy, why can't we? And guys, trust me, 20 years of experience, you're getting it in a nutshell, so easily on a platter, which is being served to you. It's your duty to accept it, grasp it, and practice as much as you can for your benefit. Yeah. Quickly take down a piece of paper, a notebook, which is there next to you. Okay. And write down whatever is going on in your mind right away. Whatever is going on in your mind, like Weekend day, I want to go for a movie. Weekend day, I want to call up this person. I have to go and buy grocery. I have to call up my parents, or I want to play today. Whatever is going on in your mind, I'm requesting you all to please pen down that thing and park it aside for time being before we enter into this session with complete sheer dedication. Yeah. So it's a humble request. Please do it quickly. I'm waiting for 1 or 2 more minutes. This is called as clearing your mind space. It really helps. You'll feel more lighter. Trust me. And once it is done, please share your experience in the Q&A. I'm waiting to see your experience in the Q&A. Or in the chat, wherever you are comfortable. Thank you, Mahesh, for saying that I'm going to attend the full session. Amazing. Great. How are you feeling by parking aside the thoughts which you had in your mind? How are you feeling now? Great with Vimal sir. Maza aa gaya. Energetic. Yesterday's session was amazing. Thank you so much. I'm waiting for your experiences. Really wonderful experience, ma'am. I agree yesterday's session was good. What am I asking you right now is when you parked aside your thoughts, which were going in your mind, which were bothering you somewhere or the other, when I asked you to do this activity of keeping it aside, how are you feeling now? Even the longer hours go very smooth when Vimal sir is there. Tasks are aside and feeling light that all my tasks are aside. Thank you, ma'am, for reminding to clear the minds. It's always my pleasure to be there for this. Refreshed. Great. Thank you so much. My mind is clear for Jenkins session. Amazing. I'm waiting for the complete session. Keep it up, guys. Excited. Nothing seems hard when Vimal sir teaches. Thank you so much, Ashuman. We are blessed to have students like you all. Clear and fresh, feeling relief and light. Feeling happy. Great, Ashi. I'm very happy to see you're happy. Recharge to 100% after doing a 4 hours in the morning. Again, ready for another 5-6 hours. Keep it up, Rahul. Keep it up. Excited is what Bhuvan says. Mayank is watching the session in between my job hours. That excited. It's a different experience, Mayank. Trust me. Open-minded to gain from sir's experience. Amazing, Lakshita. Excited for continuous 12 hours. I'm sure, I think you were a part of my quantum as well in the morning hours. I'll give my full potential to learn this whole session. Keep it up, Nandan. This is how it improves our self-esteem as well. When we try to push ourselves, it really helps us. Just attended quantum lecture from morning, but feeling excited again to attend sir session. This normally doesn't happen in a normal day. This is happening because of Vimal sir. Thank you so much, Ramesh. Thank you. Ma'am, how does Vimal sir speak so long with the same energy? He does it because you all are his source of energy. When he sees so many of them, attending his session with full energy and participating, doing tasks, performing, getting placed, getting promoted, opening up their own organizations, reaching heights is what is his source of energy. Seeing our mentor with such dedication level, I'm ready for another 4 hours. Amazing, Rohit. Keep it up. Guys, great. Won't like to take much of your time. And over to Vimal sir to start this session. And happy to be a part of Vimal sir's lecture after a long time. Great, Santosh. Amazing. That's it. The Q&A will open again once Vimal sir will announce. So it's a request to not put in your questions in the Q&A now because Vimal sir is not addressing it right now. In the breaks or towards the end of the session, he'll put it across to each one of you all. Thank you. Have a great day. Keep learning, keep growing. And I'm sure Jenkins is going to be everybody's cup of tea and it will help each one of you all. Thank you so much.
So very good. Good afternoon, guys. Good morning, good evening, and let's continue. This is Vimal, and let's continue with our program that's called Jenkins, right? So according to me, guys, this is the uh, second day of the Jenkins. Why I'm saying this point, right? Typically, Jenkins we are going to start today only, right? There's no prerequisite for this program. That's called Jenkins, but Jenkins will work on the idea or the approach called DevOps, right? And if I say DevOps, again, tons of things is there. But Jenkins is a tool who work on continuous integration and continuous deployment or the delivery, all right? So CI/CD. So yesterday, guys, we had a session where I explained these terms in very detail with some kind of powerful practicals, and I show you how the multiple things connect together, integrate together, and we create one kind of pipeline. And where I explain you what exactly the meaning of CI and what exactly the meaning of CD. So what is DevOps? What is CI/CD? What is automation? What I mean by integrating multiple things, create a pipeline. These terms I explained from very basics with some practical demonstration yesterday. Okay, we hadn't started Jenkins yesterday, so technically for a Jenkins perspective, this is the first day. Okay, we are going to start Jenkins from very zero, but as a concept perspective of CI/CD, I already explained you in my last class. But by chance, if you miss my last class, highly recommend, right? You will somehow get the recording of it. Just go through it. You get a lot of deep understanding of multiple different use cases. But even though if you missed the class yesterday, don't worry about it. Somehow these concepts I am going to repeat again and again, right? And as we progress in this program, you will have more detailed understanding of CI and what is CD. Okay, that's a one point. So if you want to implement automation, that was the key. Okay, because whatever products we have, guys, I'm so sorry, I'm actually starting this training without as such greet you, because you guys have somehow connected with me, and yesterday we have done welcome to you. So I'm so sorry I haven't done the welcome again, but let me say welcome you guys in this training. I'm very excited to start this tool and topic, because nowadays without automation thing won't work. That's the whole idea, and would like to quickly start this topic and to try to show you multiple different practicals, right? But first of all, if you just want to set a base context, there's no prerequisite for this training. If you have any idea of any of the CI/CD tool, or if you have no idea, so there's no prerequisite for this training. Second thing is, this training is 100%, almost 100% practical. Third thing is, all the possible use cases from basic to advanced to intermediate, or any kind of real use cases, what you guys can think of, you're stuck or you are working in some real company, or whatever the use case you might not think of, right, is going to cover in this training, right? So a lot of real use cases we are going to use and implement in this training, almost everything, because Jenkins is a tool, okay, it's tool through which any kind of integration you want to perform. You want to integrate with cloud, AWS cloud, Alibaba cloud, Google cloud. You want to integrate with Docker, Podman, Kubernetes, OpenShift, Terraform, Ansible, Puppet, Ceph, Windows system, Linux system. Want to connect with any testing tool like Selenium, Maven, build tool Maven, and any kind of SCM tool, Bitbucket, GitHub, right? Any kind of thing wherever you can think of automation and wherever the automation possible. Jenkins is a tool, is so much open, so much customizable, any kind of integration you can create. So almost all the use cases, okay, we are going to cover in this training, and almost all the components we are going to cover in this training. So there's no prerequisite, any of the topic in the future where I feel that you should know this about something about this. For example, in my next classes, I will show you how to integrate Jenkins with the Docker or maybe with the Kubernetes. So there's a possibility you guys might don't know Docker. There's a possibility you guys might don't know about Kubernetes. So before the class, we will share you some extra video for learning, through which you can learn Docker, through which you can learn not the complete Kubernetes, but some of the part of the Kubernetes. So you will have an idea how Kubernetes work, how Docker work, or some of the part maybe of AWS work. Whenever I need, we keep on sharing those video to you. So before the next class, when I show you how Jenkins can integrate with those things, so you have the idea, understanding. So when I do the integration part or automation part of those tools with the Jenkins, you guys can understand, you guys can understood the thing very much logically and practically also, right? So in that is the case, I am saying there is no prerequisite. Whatever we need, we keep on giving those information to you, okay? Otherwise otherwise in Jenkins, there's a lot of advanced topic gonna come up: how to create master slave architecture, how to create pipeline, how to create multiple different pipeline, build pipeline, testing pipeline, production pipeline, how to connect all those pipeline, and how to make pipeline as a code using Groovy language. So almost everything, whatever possible in the Jenkins world, right? We will cover there. Okay, even though we have set the base agenda with you as a course content, I think you have go through the content. But even though I can say I want to make this agenda open, all right? So while learning the Jenkins, if you feel there's some kind of use cases where you guys are working on your projects in the company, and you feel this is the place you stuck there to solve those problems, you can share your problem with me. If it's somehow fitting in the agenda, I will love to add those content for you. There's no challenge, because it's always good to have some new learning for everyone, right? So I will share those, I will add those things also in the agenda in this course content for everyone, right? So it is so that is, guys, very quick sorry, information about this particular training, right? Guys, if you can hold for 1 minute, please. Okay, so yeah, so I muted for some minute. So let's continue, guys. So this is a very quick information before I would like to share with you before we start this program, right? So let's continue the way I explained you guys yesterday. Okay, if you have any product, or software or the app, okay, that your company has built or trying to build, how faster you can release this product for the customer to the real world. Okay, means how faster you can take this product to the production environment. So anybody from the internet, from the customer through which you want to provide this app and the product, they can access this. So how faster you can release, that is the entire game. Okay, so that's called time to market. Time to market. So in my yesterday class, I explained this concept in very much detail. But again, I'm repeating. If you by chance miss it, we keep on repeating this concept again and again. Right now, I'm not going to discuss this point. I would like to directly jump to the Jenkins. But what I'm trying to do here, I'm setting the context, right? So any product, guys, you build or your developer built, okay? So from here, this is the part A. If you want to reach to part B, okay, so how quickly you can release to the production world. So this part, we have a lot of processes going on, lots of things we have to do. Okay, and what are you guys trying to do between part A, where you are developing the product, and part B, where your product is being accessed by your customer in the production environment? Between this two part, or two different time, right? In between this part, there's a lot of processes going on. In this processes, if you use somewhere manual as a human being intervention, it will slow down the release time. Okay, it will increase your time to market. And motto is, we want to fastly release our product to the market. We want to be very much agile and faster in this process. The motto is we would like to remove the manual effort, and wherever is possible, and almost wherever is possible, we want to do the automation, right? Automation. The key would be automation. If you want to want to solve this goal of time to market, faster release, if this is the goal, if you have. And for the automation, we need some tool who can help me automation of all the processes, because not only one thing is happening over here, right? There's lots of processes happening behind the scene, but we have to use a tool that will give me automation everywhere, right? Because after getting the product and put in the production, you have to use multiple things. We have to build it, we have to test it, we have to check the code quality, we have to run in the AWS cloud, we have to set up the environment, we have to configure something, we have to put in the Kubernetes, we have to put in this OpenShift. It would be anything, right? Depend upon the team to team, project to project, and company to company, multiple things might come in between. So we need a tool that has a capability, right, to do automation. There's one thing. Plus, automation is not enough. Okay, with the automation, this tool should have a way to integrate almost all the tool, whatever possible we use in this project. Where? Over here. Over here. Okay, and here one of the great tool available in the market is Jenkins. So Jenkins is a automation tool. As we start working on this tool, you will get more deep understanding about the Jenkins. Is a pure automation tool. But one of the powerful feature of the Jenkins is they have a capability to integrate almost with everything, whatever we need in this processes. Okay, and what I mean by this process, I mean the CI/CD process. So in the CI/CD, tons of things we require in between to automate the thing. What the way I explained you yesterday, again I will explain today again one more time as a quick summary. Okay, so Jenkins has a capability to do it. So before I explain this process again, CI/CD again as a quick summary, so everybody will come in the same plane, right? I would like to start with the Jenkins installation part, because installation takes some time. And while installation of Jenkins is going on, I will come back to this white screen again, and I will quickly summarize what I'm trying to explain you here, what I mean by processes, and what I mean by CI/CD, and what I mean by the automation part. Okay. I think this makes sense, right? To say we can do two things in parallel. So Jenkins is a tool that have a lot of capability. The capability and the power of Jenkins you can see when we start working on the practical. But right now, at least we know Jenkins is a tool. When I say tool, means Jenkins is one kind of software, okay, who will give entire automation to us to solve any kind of use cases, especially in CI/CD world. But if you want to install the Jenkins, you need one operating system. Okay, on the top of the operating system, you can install the Jenkins. Okay, now it is your choice from where you want to take the operating system from. Either you can take the operating system from your laptop, maybe your Windows or Linux or maybe Mac. Jenkins support in almost all the operating system. In my case, the operating system that I'm going to use is Linux operating system, but you can use Windows and Mac also. But I suggest almost everywhere we use Linux only in the real world, mostly, right? So I suggest install the Jenkins on the top of a Linux operating system. But where the operating system is running, it may be running directly in your laptop, that is called bare metal, or maybe this operating system running inside some of the virtualization program like Oracle VirtualBox or VMware or something like this, or maybe operating system is running on the top of containers, or operating system may be running on the top of cloud. So your operation would be anywhere, it doesn't matter, right? We need a Linux operating system to install the Jenkins. So in my case, to make the things very simple in terms of getting and acquiring this operating system, I am going to launch one operating system. Okay, this is called Linux operating system on the top of a cloud. Okay, that is called AWS cloud. You can use any of the cloud, that will be your choice, but this is what I am going to use. So motto is in my AWS cloud. Okay, but how to create the account in AWS cloud, those who don't know. So those video guys we already share with you in I think long back in your learning portal. So there we explain you how to launch and create the account in AWS cloud free. Then how to launch the operating system on the AWS cloud with a service called EC2. That video also we have shared with you. So those who have zero knowledge in AWS, then they will get the idea how to do it. Okay, so with the help of EC2 service of AWS, we are going to launch this operating system. And after this operating system launch, then we will install Jenkins on the top of this. But you don't have to stick with AWS. You can use GCP cloud, Azure cloud, or if you want to use your laptop, for example, in my laptop, this is Windows, I can store my Jenkins here also, or maybe in my laptop, if you see, I have Oracle VirtualBox where I have installed one Linux system locally in my laptop. It's called Red Hat Linux operating system. You can use these guys also. So whatever you guys comfortable with be, right, to getting the operating system, you can install, and you can use any operating system wherever you want to install the Jenkins. But anybody who are interested how to install a Linux operating system on the top of VirtualBox, like Red Hat Linux operating system, that video was also we have shared with you. One video I shared with you how you can get the Red Hat ISO file free of cost, and then how to install Oracle VirtualBox and how to install Linux on the top of Oracle VirtualBox. Those video also guys we have shared with you. So those who have zero knowledge, again, that is a prerequisite we have shared with you guys. So my final say is, okay, you need operating system, okay, because we want to install a software or tool called Jenkins. So in my case, this is what we are going to do. I'm going to log in first in my AWS cloud. Okay. So AWS cloud, I'm going to log in my account. Okay. And then second thing is on the top of the AWS cloud, I'm going to launch one Linux operating system. It will be Ubuntu, it will be Red Hat, but I'm going to use Amazon Linux. So whatever you use, it's almost the same. There's no such big difference. So I'm going to log in with one of my account in the AWS cloud. If you guys want, you can also do this practical parallel with me, right? Or one of the session I can do, I'm going to share all the screenshot with you guys. Okay, so just keep on listening, keep on watching the practical, understand, grasp the concept, right? And after this training, you have entire week with you guys, then you can perform all this practical. So whatever you guys comfortable would be, you can do here. Okay, so I'm going to create one drive here, or let me create one doc. I'll share this doc, guys, with you per day basis, and here I will put every steps by steps point. Okay, so right now, so point, guys, here what we are going to do to make it straightforward, how to install Jenkins. That's what we are going to do right now. And why I want to install Jenkins, because Jenkins is a automation tool. Okay, and what I want with the automation, that was a detailed discussion we will do in some minute. I want to implement this, but we'll discuss again in some minute. Okay, so step number one is done. We have login to the AWS cloud, and after you guys log in, you will reach here in this page. Okay, and then here what can you do? You can search for a service called EC2. Is one service through which you can launch your operating system. So I'm sharing every part to this, even though in my video, guys, that I share with you, we have explained you how to launch the operating system. Okay, over here. And now in this case, you guys might see and might not see anything here, but doesn't matter, right? So we can launch one more new operating system from the top button, launch instance. Okay, and here I am going to select one of my first name, Amazon Linux. So this operating system I would like to launch. Okay, click next. Just go for by default. I'm not explaining here because we are not an AWS class. Just click next. Again, click next. Again, click next. If you want to give some name, you can give the name. Again, not required, but I'm giving the name. This is called Jenkins. Jenkins OS. So some name, if you want to give, you can give. Then click next. And again, I'm not doing any change here. Click next and click next. And finally, just go and create your key. If you don't have, create a key from here. I show you in my video also how to create a key. This key we use to log into this OS. When you create it, it will download for you. We'll use this key in the future to log in. Okay, in my case, I have the key. But how to get this key? Pretty simple. Plus, in my video of Amazon, of this video that I share with your portal, I explain you there how to do this. But this key is again not so much required for us because we are not logging with the key. We are going to log in with other way. Okay, but they will ask you in the last if you have the key attached. Otherwise, you can create it. Finally, this OS has been launched. Okay, I don't want to invest much time here. That's why I'm doing a little faster because this very basic thing you guys might know already. But first step is done. Second step is done. My Linux OS has been launched. Okay, if you don't want to use AWS cloud, you can do the same thing in a local laptop. So in the local laptop, I already have my Linux installed, or you can install. After this, wherever you have the Linux operating system, maybe in the laptop, maybe in the Azure or GCP cloud, after this, the step will be same. The step would be third one, how to install Jenkins. So let me show you the step by step how you can install Jenkins in this OS. So if you click in this link, again, if you go to EC2 in the top, okay, you will see there's one new OS they launched for you with the name called Jenkins, whatever name you guys have given. Right now we are just launched. So we see here, maybe it is launching. I think they're running. The launching is done. Now, if you want to log into this OS, there's a multiple way to log in, but the simplest way to log into this OS in the AWS cloud, just select this name and there's option in the top called Connect. So click on the Connect. Okay, and there they give you how to get it with Instance Connect and click Connect here. So that's all. So it's pretty simple to log in to the this OS. So this is, guys, finally your Linux operating system, right? It will be running in your local laptop also, but it is the Linux operating system you have. Now, after you having the Linux operating system, how we can install Jenkins, that's what I am going to show you. And how we install Jenkins is pretty simple. We can ask to Jenkins only. Jenkins, we would like to download you, or we would like to install you in Linux, Windows, wherever you can write, or you can search just Jenkins download in the Google. So there's an official website of Jenkins gonna come up, and they give you a link how we can download the Jenkins or how we can install the Jenkins. So this is the website gonna come up, first one. Okay, and in this website, they tell you there's a multiple different versions of the Jenkins. We are going to use one of the most stable version of the Jenkins called LTS, long-term support version. Okay, the most stable version of Jenkins we are going to use here. And how to install this? So if you go down, they tell you if you want to install Jenkins, where? On the top of Windows, on the top of Red Hat, on the top of Fedora, Gentoo, Mac, where you want to install Jenkins. Here they give you the step-by-step how you can install the Jenkins. In my case, I am going to install the Jenkins on the top of Amazon Linux. This is exactly like Red Hat Linux. There's no such big difference. Okay, so we are going to install Jenkins on the top of Red Hat. Okay, so I click on this particular link, and here they give me a document that is straightforward how to install Jenkins. And anybody who know a little bit about Red Hat Linux, so in Red Hat Linux, that is Amazon is also almost same as Amazon Linux. I'm talking about almost same as Red Hat Linux. So in the Red Hat Linux, if you want to install any software, there we use yum command. So yum is a command in Red Hat through which we can install any software. But you have to tell the yum command, okay, that you will download the software from where. So you have to set up the yum command first, okay, so that yum should know from where they get the software, and that is normally known as repository. So because this is a new OS, so I have to tell this OS that you have to download the Jenkins software from this particular URL. So there's a one-time step that you have to tell the so you have to tell your Linux operating system, okay, that when in the future when yum command will install the Jenkins, so this is the URL of the yum server where you can download the software. Okay, that's what we have to do right now, and that's what exactly this document also talking about. So they say you're going to configure the repository, and they give the entire exact command. You don't have to worry about. If you know yum, you guys know what is going on. If you don't know yum, means you don't know about Linux. Don't worry, copy the command and paste it. But technically what this command is doing, this command is setting up the local yum repository for the Jenkins. And whenever you install the software, they will check your key, okay, for signature. So this is a command who will set the key so that you will download the genuine version of the software. So I'm copying this command and the key has been set up. That's all. And one more small thing I want to tell you. Okay, if you talk about Jenkins, Jenkins is a software, is a tool, it built on the top of Java. So if you want to install Jenkins, because Jenkins is built on the top of Java, so minimum requirement is to installing the Jenkins or running the Jenkins, you should have Java with you. And because we are installing the latest version and stable version of Jenkins, so they support Java 8 or Java 11. When I say Java, I mean to say JDK Java Development Kit. Okay, so how I know? Obviously, this document will tell you that your newer version support Java 8 or Java 11. So in my case, I don't have any of the Java. If you see the version, I don't have any of the Java. So you have to install Java first. And that's what, guys, the command they give to you. You have to first install Java. Okay, so I'm going to use this command. Yum is a command through which we can install the software. So I'm using this command. They're also using some extra software for some extra font in the Jenkins, because Jenkins give you one beautiful web UI. So for this, they give, for getting a better fonts or some other things, they have installed some more extra software for you. That is not, again, so important. Important line is this one. Yum is a command that will install the Jenkins for you, but the minimum requirement is we need Java. So we are going to install this software. Okay. But in this case of Amazon Linux, they don't have Java 11 available. So this command failed. Why is failed? Because, guys, to install any software, you have to run the command with sudo command, because right now I'm logged in with a general user, and Linux, in the Linux, the main admin user is root, that has unlimited power, and root is the one who can install the software. Okay, but I'm logging with some other user. But if you want to install software from this user, you have to use sudo command. That was not there in this document, but we have to add sudo before this. Okay, so when I run this, So they say this software is there is again not so much important software, but the Java 11 is not available. So what can I do? Either I download, let me install whatever is available. Okay, rather I download Java 11 from the internet. It's free software that I can install. Okay, I can install, or they give you one more way. Amazon is guiding you. If Java 11 is not available, you can install this one. This is alternative name of the Java 11, or you can go for Java 8 also, whatever you feel like. So let me use this command to get the Java 11. What are they talking about? Okay, they're talking about in this Linux of Amazon, the software name is not this one. Software name is same, but software is same, but the name of the software is different. This is the software name. So rather you use this name, you can use this particular name, or you can install Java 8. Java 8 is directly available here. So let me use this command, whatever they're guiding me. Okay, guiding me to install. So Java 11 install, or maybe you can go for Java 8 also, both the thing work. So if you see page up, now they're installing Java 11, that was we are looking for. So I am following along this particular document, even though I'm just sharing this quick linked in your chat box also for the reference, or also in your document, but you can find this document very quickly, easily. And finally, we have to install the Jenkins. That's all. Finally, we can install the Jenkins. Again, you use sudo command to install it. The Jenkins, I can see yes. So Jenkins installed. The minimum requirement for the Jenkins, we need Java 8 or Java 11. So Java 11 we have installed over here. So finally, my step number 3 has been done. We log into the AWS cloud. You can use your laptop. We install Linux in the Amazon cloud. You can use laptop to install Red Hat Linux directly on the top of your laptop, or maybe Ubuntu Linux, whatever you guys comfortable with. All right. Okay. And finally, we install Jenkins on the top of this. And Jenkins is a software, is a tool. If you want to use Jenkins, you have to start the Jenkins services. Okay. So after the software installed, I will start Jenkins services, then only Jenkins will work. Okay. Now, by the meantime, they're installing, I want to tell you one more small thing about Jenkins. If you want, as a user, if you want to use Jenkins as a tool, the user means we would be the IT guys, or we may be the DevOps engineers or admins. If you want to use Jenkins, so Jenkins give you a multiple way through which you can connect to Jenkins. Okay, so if you want to connect to Jenkins, to use the Jenkins, they give you multiple way. Okay, one of the way Jenkins give you, they give beautiful website, web UI, web app, I can say, through which we can do everything from the graphical. This is one of the way Jenkins give you. Second way, Jenkins give you with the help of CLI. So Jenkins has their own command lines through which we can run, connect to Jenkins with a command line of the Jenkins, and we can do almost everything by the CLI. And third way would be Jenkins give you API through which we can do something on the Jenkins. In this training, I'm going to show you everything. How to connect with web UI, how to connect with CLI command line, and how to connect with the API. But right now, because we are learning Jenkins, we might be new in the Jenkins here. So directly going to CLI API doesn't make sense, right? In the future, I will show you. But right now, I'm going to show you how to access the Jenkins with the web UI, web user interface, like a website. Okay, and because Jenkins is providing the website or web UI, so every website and web UI or web app work on some kind of port number. So it will be something like this. So we are here in our laptop. If you want to connect, I will open my browser like Chrome browser, because website we connect with the browser. So from the Chrome browser, I will connect to the Jenkins web UI. And obviously, if you want to connect any of the website, we use HTTP protocol, but every website run on some kind of port number, and Jenkins guys by default work on port number 8080. You can change also if you want, but by default they work on port number 8080. Okay, this is one information I'm just trying to give you here. So Jenkins installed, and I'm going to start Jenkins services. This is a command we can write: systemctl start Jenkins. So my Jenkins services start. this command fail, again we have to use sudo okay, to get the admin power or the root power. So Jenkins, guys, is starting behind the scene. So when the Jenkins start, all the three capability, command line, API, and web UI started. So we can connect to Jenkins to any of the way. All the way I will show you in the future. Right now, today we will only work in the web UI. So Jenkins is starting behind the scene. Okay, this is one thing. One more thing, guys, because Jenkins is built by a different company altogether, but they depend on Java. Again, Java is not only from Oracle. Multiple company has their own particular version of Java. Oracle has their own Java. IBM has their own Java. Open source community has own Java. This is called Open JDK. Okay, and everybody has their different kind of capabilities in the Java versions. Okay, so there's no guarantee that Jenkins always work in all the versions of the Java. Okay, maybe I'm using Open JDK version 11, I mean Java version 11, but maybe some of the capability of Jenkins might not work here. Okay, so better we can go for detailed document, and they will tell you exact version of Java which to use to see all the capabilities. So they describe here, or maybe we can go here to see actual exact version of Java that they are supported on. But we don't require right now. In the future, something might not work the way it should work, so we we'll come back to this point and might check why some of the capability of Jenkins, if it's not working the way it should work, this is one of the way we can check and troubleshoot the thing. Okay, just giving for your knowledge. But now Jenkins starts successfully. How can we check? We can check the status command and check the Jenkins start successfully. There is no challenge here. Okay, and even you can see here Jenkins working on the port number 8080. You can check from here. And even though there is one more way to check, there's a command called netstat in the Linux NLP. By this command we can check. There's one program just now started work on. If you see previously it was not running, but even though we can run the sudo command, that will give more details. So there's one program running on the top of Java. Obviously it should be Jenkins only, and they are running on the port number 8080. So finally my Jenkins started successfully, and this is the history of all the command I am going to share with you if you missed anything here. Okay, so finally Jenkins installation is done. This part is done. Now how we can connect to Jenkins? For this we will go to our browser. Okay, and idea very simple. So from my system, from my laptop, or maybe from a mobile phone, wherever you have the browser, okay, you will connect to Jenkins. But Jenkins, guys, right now is running on the top of my Linux OS, and this Linux OS is running on the AWS cloud. So AWS cloud give me a public IP because this OS is running somewhere in other data center. So you're going to connect to this OS, you need the public IP. And how I get the public IP of this OS? So I go to my Amazon Linux. Okay, here they gave me a public IP, or you can check from here OS name, and here you can see, or maybe here in the down you can see the public IP. So there's a public IP. So from my laptop, if you want to connect to the Jenkins, I will open my browser and type the URL. In URL, I type the IP address and the port number 8080. Okay, pretty straightforward. So let me copy this IP address, and if I type port number 8080, I will connect to the Jenkins. But here, guys, if I try to connect, it will fail. It might not able to connect. Very simple reason. It's not because of the Jenkins. Your packet is from your laptop is going to this OS, and because this OS is running on the AWS on the top of EC2 service, and this service by default put one firewall. And the firewall say if anybody from outside world trying to come in, okay, it's called inbound traffic. Okay, I won't allow. I will restrict this. So we have to change this rule so that we can connect. Okay, and this firewall in the AWS is known as security group. So we have to change a firewall, or also known as security group. Okay, so then you can connect. So right now it's not connecting because of the firewall, maybe the reason. So what I'll do in my OS, wherever OS is running, select this, your OS name. In the down, you can see there's an option called security. In the security, if you go down, you will find there's a one security group. This is called firewall. I select in this security group. I select the security group. They will open this page of firewall. And they say, if anybody come in inbound, okay, there's no rule for 80 port number. They rule for other things, but there's no rule for 80. Means by default, if anybody come through this firewall, they are blocking port number 80. But we have to allow, and for allow, we have to create a rule and say, I want to allow this. Okay, how we can do? Pretty simple here. So here there's an option called edit inbound rule. Anybody come in traffic, I want to allow. So click here in the edit button. This page come up. I have to add one rule here. A rule here is anybody come on the port number 8080, allow from anywhere in the world. That's what. That is the only thing you have to write, anywhere from IPv4. Okay, so my firewall will allow. Okay, here, even though for anywhere, I'm just restricting to my IP only, because if I give anywhere, you guys can also connect. And because Jenkins installation is not done, so I don't want you guys to connect to my Jenkins. So there will be a lot of conflict going to come up. So to better security, I'm only allowing my Jenkins from my laptop only. So my laptop, whatever IP of my laptop or public IP of my local internet connectivity, I am only allowed from there. Okay, so you guys cannot connect to my Jenkins. You can connect your Jenkins by allowing your IP address. There's a better way right now to restrict nobody from the internet connect to my Jenkins. Only my laptop can connect. Okay, save this rule. That's all. So again, if you install Jenkins in your laptop, you don't have to worry about this. By default, they allow mostly. Okay, but here we have to allow for just for one time. Okay, now if I refresh this page, last time they failed, and if I refresh this page, it will connect it, and there guys they show you welcome to Jenkins. Okay, and here they say, because this is the first time you are using Jenkins, obviously you don't know the Jenkins password. Okay, so I am giving you some initial temporary password in this file wherever you install the Jenkins. So copy this file name, and because I installed Jenkins in my one of my system over here, so I can go and open this file with the cat command or any other command. This file, and again we have to use sudo, obviously. Okay, and here they give me the temporary password, right? I have. So let me go and copy, highlight this thing, do Control C. It normally copy, right? And if I pass the password here, it will unlock my Jenkins first time. So there's initial password they give to you. So this is a way you can get from the system where you install the Jenkins, and click continue. Okay, and now here they say Jenkins is as such not completely installed. Okay, so if you want to install Jenkins, this is the step you have to proceed, right? And what this step is talking about. So guys, in somewhere I'm going to explain you Jenkins in more detail. But what I try to explain you, one of the beautiful thing about Jenkins, what I try to explain you is they are the automation tool, but better than this, Jenkins has a capability to integrate to any of the tools and the technologies, maybe virtual systems, maybe GitHub, maybe Maven tool, maybe testing tool, maybe cloud tool. So they have a great way to integrate everything. And for every integration, Jenkins, for example, if I want to integrate Jenkins, okay, to GitHub, for what we will see multiple use cases for this, why we want to integrate. But if I want to integrate Jenkins with GitHub, so Jenkins can integrate, connect. But for this, Jenkins need plugins for GitHub. So Jenkins can integrate everything, but for this, everything for particular things, they have a particular plugin available. So if you want to integrate Jenkins with Docker, so we have a Docker plugins available. So we have a detailed discussion on plugin in the future, but this is how Jenkins can connect and integrate for something. Okay, and that's what they're talking about. So they say, do you want to select your own plugin, which one you want to install, or you want to skip, or if you want to skip, just click cancel. So there's none of plugin installed. Or if you want to go for the suggested plugin that mostly we use a lot in the world of CI/CD. Okay. So either you can select, either you can close. I don't want to install any plugin. In the future, whenever we need, we will install it. How I show you multiple times. We're going to use multiple plugins, right? But right now I'm going for the suggested one. So most commonly used plugin they will install for you. Okay, even though I suggest you go for this option, otherwise your setup, my setup will be different. So you will stuck in some of the demo in the future. So I'm going for this suggested one. Okay, click in this button. And guys, now they are going to install a lot of plugins that is very commonly used in the Jenkins world. For example, one of the name, let's say they are going to install Git plugins, or they're going to install Mailer plugins, or they're going to install GitHub or SSS plugins. Okay, they're very common plugins they are installing for you. After the download and install all the plugins, Jenkins will be ready to use for our purpose. So this step will take some time. Okay, if you're doing this step in a local laptop, it takes much time because of your internet connectivity. Amazon has this OS is running on the top of AWS, so they have better internet connectivity there. So they will do this step a little bit quicker, right? But by the meantime, they are setting up this plugin and installing for us. I will move to this topic, okay, and I will explain you this topic of CI/CD one more time. Because in my yesterday class, I explained you this thing already, but as a quick revision, so everybody come in the same plane, or same baseline. So from here, we can start, the next process of the Jenkins, right? So, but yeah, Jenkins installation is almost done. Okay, now what the plan is? So what is CI/CD? Continuous integration and continuous development, or the delivery. Okay, depend on how you want to use. So idea is something like this. Let's say the way I explained you guys yesterday, let's say you have some idea, and this idea you want to create as a one solid form that you can provide to the world. So idea would always be converted into a product or a software, and that software and product you have to develop by the help of developers. So developer use some kind of language. Let's say they are going to use a language called Java to convert your idea into a final solid form by creating a product or the software. So they're going to create a product. Okay, but multiple developer work together. So we want to collaborate all the developer together, and everybody is going to put their code in some centralized system so that anybody can see each other code to working in a working environment. Okay, so there my developers keep on uploading the code in some kind of centralized systems called source code management system. It will be anything. One of the famous source code management system or centralized code management system is GitHub in the market, or it may be Bitbucket, it may be code commit, the way I showed you the demo yesterday of code commit of AWS, but it will be anything. Okay, so as soon as my developer is writing the code, line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, they feel the code is good, right? Then they will save the code and say, now according to me, my code is final, I committed. And after the committed, they will upload the code to some centralized system. It will be called push. They push the code on the GitHub. Okay, then after the code is been pushed in the GitHub, okay, then we want this code we want to do something on this code, because this code is written in Java. So the code is written in Java. So normally if you want to use a code, okay, what I want to use, let's say you are planning to create a website that's called web app, okay, and this code is written in Java. So to launch your website or you're running a website, first this code you have to first compile. Okay, and compile is not enough. You have to also create a package of the code, because if I say website, so hundreds of files there. First is one is for home page, login page, your database connectivity, hundreds of different pages we have. So every file you have to compile, and all the files we plug together and create one package. Package is also known as software. So we'll create one software. Okay, so for this, there's a tool available in the market are known as build tool. So build tool has a capability to compile the code and create a package and much more thing they will do for you. So in Java world, mostly the commonly used tool that is very famous in the market called Maven, we can use. But again, it depends upon language to language. For example, if you're doing some programming Android, okay, or maybe Flutter, for example, for mobile development as a Dart as a language. So then the build tool will be Gradle. Okay, for Node, we have NPM and some other tools. So again, language to language, we have a different build tool. In this training, I'm going to show you multiple example of multiple different build tool by having multiple different code. Again, in this training, there's no prerequisite as a developer. We are not going to get a code, obviously. We have a developer, they will get the code. But for demonstration purpose, I will give you multiple different projects and the code, okay, so that we can do multiple demo on the top of these codes. Okay, but yeah, there's no developer skills or software developer skills you need to learn the Jenkins. Okay, after code build, okay, then we have to test this code. The code is working properly or not, right? So we can test the code. Okay, so again, for testing, we have multiple tools available. We can use Maven also. Maven also have capability to test the code. What I mean by testing, for example, I create a website. In this website, I write a code. So when you talk about website, web app is a software. And when I say software, it means multiple program file we have, program number 1, program number 2, program number 3. So multiple different files we have. Okay, and every file, guys, if you know a little bit about programming, every file might have contain multiple functions, function 1, function 2, function 3. And every function is doing something for you. For example, if you talk about the VLC player, so we have button pause, resume, play. So every button is doing some kind of functionality. So it is written in the programming world as a one function. So play function, resume function, start function, and something like this. Okay. And to check the functionality of all the functions, okay, that every function what the developer write is working the way it should work. Maybe the button, look and feel, other things also, right? So for every functions, we can write a test. This is called test cases. So with the help of test cases, we can check the look and feel of the button or button positioning, the functionality of the button, that when I click the button, the movie is stop or not and resume or not, something like this. So for every functionality, we can write at different multiple test. This is called test cases. And typically this kind of test is normally known as unit test. Unit test. Okay, so we can write a unit test. Again, writing a unit test is been mostly done by the testing guys or the developers. They are the one who write, because it is written in a language and some kind of code, maybe in Java code. Okay, but who will run this test cases? Your testing tools. In my case, it may be Maven or it may be anything else. In the Java world, you can use Maven or Selenium or maybe other tools available in the market. So again, that is not so much important right now to discuss. Okay, so why I'm discussing this point to you, because after my code has been uploaded to GitHub, okay, we want somebody will download my code from the GitHub. Okay, and after download, they will start building my code. Okay, so somebody will start building my code by using some build tools. And after code build, they will start doing testing or maybe unit testing by some testing tools. Okay, now in this case, let's say build is done by a tool called Maven. This is just example I'm talking about, Maven. Okay, and testing, let's say, is done by some other testing tool. Maybe let me use the same name. Maven has a capability to test. Okay, so they are doing a testing. Now, point here is, okay, who will GitHub is a different platform and running on the internet, running on the cloud. Okay, Maven for building is a different thing. Let's say for testing, I'm using a different name. Let's say Selenium. As a different name I'm using here. Is a different tool for testing. Okay, so point here is who will download this tool software for me? Which software? My developer has created this web app. Who will download my web app for me? Okay, and after download, who will start building my my software, means creating a final compile and create a final package. Who will do for me? Okay, then after getting package, who will pass this package from to my testing tool so they can start testing? Okay, unit testing, it will be integration testing, 100 testing is there. Again, that is not so much important. Okay, I'm just referring who will pass my package to this system to to do the testing. And again, one more important thing is, if you are trying to build something, okay, build means, okay, you need an entire source code, and source code you have to compile and create a final product. This goes software. Who will do? Maven. But what is Maven? Maven is also one kind of tool, software. And to running the Maven, again, we need some kind of operating system, right? We can't run the Maven directly. I need one operating system first, and on the top of operating system, okay, we can run the Maven. Okay, it means to running the Maven, the minimum requirement is I need the operating system. So in this example over here, okay, who will first install one operating system for us? And on the top of operating system, they will install Maven as software. And on the top of Maven, what a software they give to us, if we will build, okay, and get the package. And after this, when the package created, who will transfer this package to this system? Again, this testing system, again, for testing system, we have to install again one base operating system. Okay, and on the top of this base operating system, all right, first we install this OS, then we install the testing tool like Maven, or maybe NPM, or maybe Selenium, right? Those tools, then only we can test. Okay, so who will install this operating system? And after installing this operating system, then we can install some tool like Maven or Selenium also come with some pre-installed setup. The different point. And then when the package reach here, we will do a testing. Test all the test cases. Okay, and we'll check this thing. Okay, so typically what we are doing, my developer write the code. After code write, we build it. After we build, we test it. But mostly in this entire process, maybe whatever capability we need, whatever functions we need, okay, who will have a capability to provide a button here, for example, with this look and feel. Okay, but developer doesn't write the button in the same way what exactly given by my customer from my idea. Okay, so in this case, what developer has created as a function for my button, let's say in the VLC player is one kind of application I want to create, for example. Okay, so the button is not created in the way we wanted. So in this case, my test case will check this. The code is not working the way we want. So test case fail. Okay, so like this, we have thousands of test cases. Maybe out of 1,000, let's say after 10 of the test cases, right? Maybe 9 or 8 cases pass and remaining fail. And obviously fail, so website is not ready to use, or my app is not ready to use. We can't give this app to my final customer to use because this is not exactly we wanted. So this team who is handling this entire testing process, they say some things fail, but this is not their responsibility to fix this issue or the bug. So what they do, they will send back this information or feedback to this information to the developers. It's called feedback. And what the feedback, they say we have some test cases fail. Okay, and these are the report of those test cases. Okay, so we have multiple ways to create the report. Again, language to language, we have plugin available to create the report. For example, if you use Java program, or in the Java program, if you use Maven, so there's a source Surefire reports and some more other way to create the report, and other way also available in the market. Okay, again, multiple different way we can create a report that something failed, why they fail, what is the reason, and some different detailing they provide to the developer. So developer will do the same thing. They open the code, what they have in their local system, maybe they open the code, they do those kind of fixes. These fixes, maybe something might not working the way we want, maybe it's called bug, so they will do the bug fixes. Again, what they do, the same process, let me write here in the red color. So they will do again uploading, push, again after the push in the GitHub. Some of my team member from the build team, they keep on checking anything new come in the GitHub. Therefore, they download. This download is called pull. They pull the things, and after the pull, they launch a new OS. Why they launch the new OS? Because good practice. If you're building, okay, same software with a different little bit change in the code is good practice. Okay, it's good practice is always create a new operating system. If this operating system you use already, on the top of this you install Maven. Okay, for what? For building the code, and you already have the code previously that you already built. Okay, in this OS. So in the future, if something code change, little bit part change. Okay, if same code, if you try to build on the top of same setup, answer it will work. There's no such challenge gonna come up. Okay, but it's not good practice to perform. One of the reason is because some of the code you change. Okay, in this code, maybe some of the by fixing the bug, my developer might have changed some of the version and some of the library they change. Okay, and this library you change, but here Maven is using the old library, something like this. So maybe here code build might work or might fail. We don't know, but maybe in my future Go, it won't work the way it should work, right? So again, I might discuss a little bit more about it when I talk about Maven, and when I show you the Maven demo, I will talk more about it. So right now, just keep this in mind that if you have built the software once in one setup with OS plus Maven, let's say this is the entire setup of the what for the build. Okay, so it's good practice. Okay, if you want to do one more time build on the same kind of software or same kind of code, if little bit change, okay, don't use the same setup. Otherwise, you might face some difficulty in the future because something may fail due to other reason. But if you they fail because of code, but they might fail because of the reason. Okay, so point here is we have to again terminate the entire setup. Okay, again we have to launch the new operating system. Again we have to install Maven on the top of this. Again we get the latest version of the code. Let's say this is code number A and B. We will get latest version of code B and do the same building again. So my point here is in this diagram, in the step number 2, the step number 3, we have to launch this entire setup again. And then on the top of this, we will start building our product. Then 5th number step would be this product finally they create. The 6th step would be I will transfer this package somehow from this system to other system. Again, same logic for testing. Also, don't use the older one. We can use, there's no SS challenge, but most of the cases you will find due to version conflict and some other library conflict of maybe other tools, you will face the issue. So good practice is we will always recommend to terminate this older setup and launch the new one, means launch the 7th step. And again, 8th step would be test the things. And again, testing, again, the second go, the next time you will find some more bugs come up. Testing, we might be done 9 pass, 1 might fail. Again, the 10th step would be we will give the report back and feedback back to our developer. And same process is keep on having continuously. And guys, this is called continuous process. It's keep on having hundreds of times, maybe sometime, or 1,000 times sometime, or 10 times sometime. And same process. Okay. So if you try to handle this process manually, answer you can achieve, but I told you wherever you have the manual. Okay, this concept I already explained you yesterday, right? But today I explain you in different way and some extra information I give to you. So there's 2 things you achieve. First thing, I summarize what I explained you yesterday. Second thing, you also get some more new thing with respect to Maven as an example. Okay, so 2 things I'm doing it parallel, right? Now everybody know this process at least, but if you do this process of continuity of same thing again and again as a loop, okay, manually means human being. So this process takes a lot of time. But our goal, guys, is fixed. I told you already. Our goal is final goal is time to market. Okay, too fast. whenever we use human being in between in this process, this is the process I was explaining to you. So this box, what is happening between A and B, that's what I'm explaining you. So these are the process of build, download from SCM, build, test. So these are the process. If you use or manual, okay, you won't achieve the fast agile or time to market. And idea very simple in the students competition world. In this competition world, if you won't quickly come up with your new idea, your features to the market, you will be behind in the competition, and you might not no longer available in the market. Okay, so you lose the market of your customer. That's what I'm talking about. So if your goal is time to market, then we will be very quicker, and for quicker, we want none of the manual thing happen. I want everything to be done automatically by the computer. That's called automation. So all the processes I want automation. That's what I'm looking for. So in this case, how we can do automation? So instead all this time what I was talking about, we are doing manually, we can use one tool who can do this process automatically, and those tool is known as automation tool. And one of the famous example of the automation tool is known as Jenkins. It's not only the tool, they have competitor like TeamCity, Bamboo, Circle CI, Travis CI, and much more. But Jenkins is the standard industry de facto standard. Almost everywhere you see Jenkins as an automation tool. So all the stuff what I have shown you here can be done by Jenkins. So instead of any human being here, we can replace the human being with the Jenkins. Okay, and now this Jenkins tool or software will take care of all the responsibility. What responsibility Jenkins will say? We say Jenkins keep having the eye on the GitHub account is this particular location, and whenever you see any new version of code come up, okay, automatically your responsibility is download the code. But before download the code, this is your responsibility to launch this operating system. Then on the top of it, install the Maven, and on the top of it, then download the code and build the code. Then create a package, transfer this package to this system. And before you transfer, you first launch a new OS with Selenium installed or Maven installed. Again, test the things, and what a testing report come up, send this report back to my developers, maybe via email or some other medium. And this process you keep on doing. My developer again write the code. Again, writing the code is always manual. This part we can't do automation till date as such. We have to use some AI, but AI is yet to build. Okay, so development would always be manual. We can't do the automation in the development world. So that is the only manual thing exists till date. Okay, but after developer write the code, again they push the code. Again, Jenkins will start as soon as the new version come up. Okay, Jenkins we quickly download the version, and same process again continuously they keep on doing. So Jenkins is trying to connect all the component together, trying to integrate all the content, all the component together, and that is the reason this entire process is handled by Jenkins. Okay, and this process, guys, is known as continuous integration. So Jenkins is keep on integrate all the things. So this goes CI, not deployment or delivery, that we'll discuss in some time, but it's called CI. So entire CI part Jenkins can do, even though CD part also Jenkins can do. What is CD we will discuss, even though yesterday we discussed, but I will discuss in some time. Okay, so the entire CI, continuation integration or continuous integration, is been done by the Jenkins. Okay, this is one point, and that is a reason. Okay, that is a reason. If you talk about Jenkins, do you know how to connect to GitHub? They say don't know. Do you know how to connect to Maven? They say don't know. Okay, that is a reason, guys. If you want Jenkins to connect to GitHub, Maven, or some other things, to sending a mail, okay, we have to install plugins, and guys, that is the use of the plugins in the Jenkins. Okay, so depend who you want to integrate Jenkins with, and to whom you want Jenkins will automate the thing as a continuous. Okay, you have to install respective plugin for that particular tool. Okay, so as we progress in this course, we are going to integrate Jenkins with multiple different technology like Docker, like Kubernetes, and some more things. As and when required, we keep on installing their respective plugins. Okay, this is first day. We just I'm going to show you some of the basic overview of it, some of the idea and some of the vocabulary of Jenkins. But as we progress, we will go more deep dive into this topic. Okay, so this again one quick revision of what is continuous integration, and now I believe my Jenkins installed successfully this first time, and they're asking me and asking us to create an admin account who have all the power in the Jenkins. Okay, so I am guys creating one admin account with my name, Vimal. You can create any name, okay, with some password, okay, with my full name, and you can put any of the email ID, but I'm putting one of my email ID here. Okay, so this is one screen come up and save. That's all. So Jenkins installation is done completely. Okay, and they say now if you want to connect to Jenkins, this is a URL you can use. This is the same URL guys we are using right now. There's no change as such. Let me even the copy also, and I say save and finish. That's all. And Jenkins ready to use. You want to start the Jenkins? I say yes. Okay, so this tool has been started, and this is the welcome page. I log in for my account. I am the admin account. It means if you want to do anything in and on the top of Jenkins, you can do it. Okay, so they have all the admin power, but we'll see about the admin to create multiple accounts and multiple power in the future. We will see about the Jenkins, but this is the latest version of Jenkins, and this is the how Jenkins page home page look like. Okay, so now from here what we are going to do, you get some idea already here. I just want to tell you one more small thing. If I just want to focus here, due to some reason I'm just trying to tell you this point. It's very important also to know. Okay, it means if I little bit clear this diagram, it means as my developer write the code, it go to GitHub. Okay, and Jenkins would be somewhere here. As when the Jenkins see the new code come in the GitHub, they will download the code for building. But before building, what Jenkins will do, Jenkins will launch the entire new operating system. On the top of this, they install the build tool. Let's say Maven is one of the example. And then when the setup is ready, okay, then Jenkins will download this code to the system. What code for app? So that we can use Maven to build it and create the package. So in this process, guys, again, our entire goal is time to market. We want to quickly perform the things. Okay. So point is, just Jenkins has a capability to launch this OS? Yes. The Jenkins has a capability to install the Maven? Yes. Or to set up the entire setup ready before we download the code and build the software? Answer is yes. But again, this is the operating system, right? Now, where Jenkins will install the operating system? Jenkins will install the operating system on the top of virtualization world, like a Oracle VirtualBox or VMware, where they launch, right? Or they launch on the top of AWS cloud or any other cloud. Okay, so Jenkins has a capability. Jenkins can connect your virtualization tool. They install the OS there. They can contact to AWS cloud or Azure cloud or GCP cloud, Alibaba cloud, IBM cloud to install the OS there. Okay, but again, if you use virtual AWS cloud, launching the OS is little bit tedious. It takes some time. For example, if I ask Jenkins, can you please go to my VirtualBox and install the OS? It might take, not Jenkins take, but launching the OS might take maybe half an hour or 30 minutes or 20 minutes. Okay, and it's not a one-time process. Every time my developer, if my developer is pushing the code, sometimes pushing the code is sometimes also not checkout, but it's not better word checkout. Let me use the word pushing. So as soon as developer push the code, every time this process happening continuously, again and again in loop, every time my Jenkins will launch the new OS to build it. So if you're doing 100 times a day, 100 times they are going to launch this OS. Again, again there will be unwanted time consuming. Okay, to launch this OS again and again for building, because launching the OS in virtualization world take maybe let's say 20 minutes, or maybe launching the OS in the AWS world maybe let's say 2 minutes. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you here is, whatever you want to use, Jenkins has a support for everything. But again, because motto is to time to market, so instead we will use virtualization technology. Instead we use cloud technology that is also behind the scene using virtualization only. Okay, what can we use? We can use container or containerization technologies. Containerization technologies. So you guys might know the term called product called Docker or by Podman, something like this. Okay, because of this Docker or by this technology, almost any of the operating system we can launch just within a second. Just in 1 second, your entire OS launch with the Maven setup done there. So this entire setup we can launch just in 1 second. We can launch in 1 second. So idea would be something like this. Whenever the new code come in the GitHub, Jenkins will contact to Docker server, for example, let's go Docker engine, and they say, I want to launch this setup. So that Docker will launch this entire setup with base OS for Maven in 1 second, and mostly sometime less than 1 second. And after this setup come, right, Jenkins will download this code from GitHub there and start compiling and building the package. Same thing, build, same thing, testing also. So before testing, they contact to Docker and they launch the entire setup just in one second or less than 1 second. They do the testing there. After testing done, build done, again Jenkins will contact Docker and say terminate the setup, terminate the setup. Okay, and again next time my developer push the code. Okay, Jenkins again launched one more setup or build with the help of Docker in 1 second. Again they launch one more test setup with the help of Docker in 1 second, and this loop will keep on going on. So motto would be, I want automation that Jenkins providing you. But what is the underlying integrated tool you are going to use with Jenkins? That also makes sense, right? If you are launching the OS with the virtualization world, so whole entire process becomes slow down. Okay, so instead we launch the OS with the help of with the help of OS, we can ask to launch with the help of Docker or something more like Podman and something like the multiple tool available nowadays in the market. Rocket, Podman, Cryo, Docker, multiple things available. So this would be one of the very fantastic demonstration I will show you, not today. Today I'm going to show you multiple other demonstrations to make you comfortable with more vocabulary of the Jenkins. But in my next class, okay, there will be on next Saturday, I am going to show you, this is the one of the practical, how you can integrate Jenkins with the Dockers and how can you launch this setup dynamically. Dynamically means as soon as my code reach to GitHub, automatically Docker setup launch, automatic build done, and automatically everything goes down. Okay, when we don't need. So everything would be very much dynamic and being controlled by some centralized tool called Jenkins. But I am just giving you as a one small homework to have this setup properly workable and properly understandable by you. So you should have the Docker knowledge. Most of the guys who has done the containerization specialized course by me, so they have a great knowledge in Docker, Podman, and other tools also like OpenShift and Kubernetes. But we don't need those knowledge right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do, those who have no knowledge as such about the Docker, so my team will provide you some of my video, okay, for to everyone, and it will be again free of cost. You don't have to charge, you pay anything for this, for the Docker video. So just go through those video, just get the knowledge of Docker, right, how it works. So in the next class, when I show you this demo, so the prerequisite for the next class, you should know the Docker. So by this video, you will have the entire knowledge of Docker. Whatever you need, you will get from this video. So that would then next class will be very fun part. I'll show you this entire integration of Jenkins with the Docker, and by this we can see this entire CI process, especially right now. Okay, where when the new code come up, automatically my setup launch, then on the top of my code come up, my build and package done, and after package done, my entire setup will terminated. This package will transfer to my different testing environment or testing tools, I can say. Again, the setup launch with Docker. Okay, my testing tool test it and then send the report, and the testing environment also delete it. And this circle and this continuous circle is keep on going on, and thing will be super fast. Everything is automated, none of the human being involved, and all the internal components will be quickly launched and set up and removed because of the container capabilities. Okay, so that will be the next class practical. Today I am going to show you this practical in a little bit different way, in such a way that you guys can understand the concept of the Jenkins. But so right now, guys, what I explain you right is CI, continuous integration. What is CD? Maybe tomorrow, or maybe today, or maybe in next class, when I complete this almost the CI part, then we move to the CD part. Let's go continue deployment and the delivery. Even though yesterday I showed you this demo very detailed, but by chance if somebody missed, go through those classes, or my next classes, I will show you this demonstration and this explanation again one more time in more detail with the help of Jenkins. So I'm not discussing CD part right now, just focusing on the CI part right now at this today class. Okay, so okay, Jenkins is ready. Okay, now we are going to do a first practical on the Jenkins. So for the first practical, I'll show you some of the basic practical, but in one of my practical today, okay, I need GitHub also, right? So some of the practical for today, we have the Jenkins ready with us, but some of the code we're going to put in the GitHub. Okay, so I can connect with Jenkins to do some kind of demonstration, right? So those who don't have the Jenkins store right now you can use. I'm just going for a small break. Just have the Jenkins setup ready. Okay, and then if you want to do the practical with me. And second thing, if you don't have the GitHub account, just go and create the GitHub account. It's pretty simple. Just go to GitHub there and create a new account. Right? They ask you to create the new account if you don't have the account over here. Okay, create the GitHub account so I can show you something. Even though I also might need today in my local laptop, okay, one git command. So think like it will be something like this. We are the developer, we are writing the code, okay, and this code I will keep on uploading to the GitHub from my local laptop. Okay, so there we're going to use git command, and with the git command we're going to upload the code here. So something, this is a prerequisite to do one of our demo today. So none of the things that if you don't have in your laptop, just install it. Jenkins you can install in the AWS cloud if you want. GitHub, you go and create the account, and Git you can install in your local laptop. All those video guys we have shared with you. How to install Git also, that video also we have shared with you. Otherwise, pretty simple, nothing very technical. Just search for Git download for Windows. You'll get this link, and there download this software and double click and install the software. So nothing very much technical. Okay. So before I go for the first demo of the Jenkins and just explain you what is jobs and projects here, just have this setup ready. And after this means right now I am going for the Q&A. If you have any, then we go for a small break. Then after the break, we continue with this topic, right? So guys, any Q&A you have till now, you guys can ask me in your Q&A or in the chat box. So I think as such, nobody has or have. Santosh, yes, as such, we are not going to connect with any IAC code, like infrastructure code, but if you want, I'll show you a Terraform and cloud formation. So again, it's more big deal as we have the requirement in some of the projects. So integrating with some IAC tool is not the big deal. So if you want, I will definitely show you. So when I go for CD part, we need to set up the production environment. So we can use some of the IAC tool like Terraform or something like this. They will do a setup part for us. So if you want, I can show you the demo. That is nothing very technical. Okay. So Ramesh, whatever this application written in .NET, same idea. I'm just giving a random examples here: Python, PHP, Java. It may be .NET. So it would be any application, right? Whatever applications need to set up, right? Those things you can do in the top of with the help of Java. Right? So maybe in .NET you might have to connect Jenkins with the Windows server, or maybe in Linux also we have Mono framework you can use to compile and set up the .NET application, right? So after having multiple example, whatever your language, maybe Go, Python, or what kind of application you have in Ruby. So I give you multiple example, Node maybe. Okay, you will get the entire idea. Now depend upon use case and your applications, right? Minimum requirement, what tool they need for build, what the tool they need for testing, you can use your way. Okay, I'll give you multiple example, but now after this, you can create your own setup, what you want to use. So Santosh, in AWS, we have a CloudWatch. In Jenkins, as such, there is not integrated, pre-integrated tool in the Jenkins, but we can integrate Jenkins with any kind of monitoring tool or metrics tool. We can integrate with ELK, Elastic Log Stacks, Kibana. We can integrate with Prometheus, Grafana, right, for monitoring and other things, right? So integrating with Jenkins with any of the monitoring tool like App Dynamics, like New Relic, right, Datadogs, almost all NegUS, for example, almost all the metrics or the monitoring tool or the log management tool like Splunk, anything we can integrate with the Jenkins. Depend what you want to monitor. Like AWS, we have CloudWatch, but in the real world, we have a different specialized tool available for different kind of monitoring. We can integrate with the Jenkins. Okay. So, so I think most of the guys is with me in my entire DevOps specialization course. In the DevOps specialization course, we have Jenkins that we are doing right now. In the future, we are going to have Prometheus Grafana also. So after having Prometheus Grafana, I will give the idea. Okay. And the actual, even the setup also, how we can integrate Jenkins with the Prometheus and Grafana. So through which we can start monitoring our metrics on the real time. Okay. But yeah, Santosh, what you're asking is there's a multiple tool, depend which tool you are looking for. Obviously, you should have some knowledge of those tools, what you want to integrate, but how you can integrate that I can give you in this class. Okay. Maybe some kind of demo I will also show you. Please provide the yesterday video learning product. Munir, I think maybe today my team is actually so they're doing pre video maybe formatting maybe. So maybe today, most probably, or maybe by tomorrow, yesterday video would be there in your learning portal. How to add extra plugin? So Kamash here, there is a multiple requirement gonna come up through which we are going to solve multiple plugins in the Jenkins. How? In the future class, I'll show you. Okay, so we keep on doing and installing plugins. So this is nothing very technical. If you go to Manage Jenkins, from there you can install. But how? I'll show you multiple time in the future classes. Yes, and Naveen, we have a way with the help of continuous integration, merging the code before the build we require. Okay, that's also one of the example I will show you. Okay, so we have multiple branches we have. Okay, and before we build, again, depend upon use case to use case, but before we build, we want to merge everything in the master branch. Then we start our CI part or the build part or the testing part. Again, depend upon requirement. Yeah, most of the time we want to merge. So merging can also be done automated with the help of Jenkins. So no, Harsha, you don't need any knowledge on scripting language. Okay, so as such, yeah, if you have a knowledge in scripting and you can do much more, that's a different point. But as such, for this training perspective, you don't need any scripting knowledge. Whatever you need, I will keep on explaining to you. So mostly in the corporate, we use Red Hat Linux as the operating system. Why Docker Compose is not so famous? There's a lot of reason. Docker Compose is just I can say composer tool, or I can say the tool that we can set up that Docker environment. It's not the orchestration tool. Okay, that is the reason we normally use Swarm or the Kubernetes, right? Because we have to also orchestrate and we have to also create multiple slave master model. Tons of things there. If you know Swarm and Kubernetes, you know those capability we need in the real world. Docker Compose never give to you. Ramesh, I definitely try. I can show you the CI/CD integration with OpenShift. I definitely try to show this demo, especially for those who know the OpenShift, how we can integrate Jenkins with the OpenShift. So after providing the password in Jenkins dashboard, there was error response. Hitesh, which error? I don't see any error come in my page. You're talking about this error or this warning? Okay, I don't know. Okay, if you can a little bit elaborate what exactly you're talking about. We are using any centralized storage here? Santosh, we will talk about the centralized storage in some time. By default, we are using Jenkins give us centralized storage from the Jenkins system only, but we can integrate with any other centralized storage like cloud storage or SAN or NAS. There's a different point. So I'll talk a little bit about the storage also in some time. So some of the case query I'm not touching right now because it would be the part of my today and my next classes. So some of the query I'm not touching right now. It will be covered in my practical. Okay, today and on the next class. If it's not covered, then you can ask me, but it will be provided by me as a complete demo. For each new release and push the code, we need to separate a new instances server created for new code build and please. Yes, Chandra, is again depend upon project to project also and how you are finally managing your entire setup. Is a good practice I'm talking about. Okay, again depend upon the tools also. Like if you're using Maven, and there is a good practice always to perform. Okay, it's not compulsory. So whenever you release, whenever you push a new code, always launch a new system for build, new fresh system for build, and then start building there. Don't use the older system where you do old build, all the older version build. Same thing with the testing also. Okay, so it's not compulsory step, a recommend step, depend upon which kind of build tool you're using or which kind of app you're using, and also depend upon your entire project plans also. But in most of the case, we recommend this. No, it is not necessary, Vijendra, to have engineering knowledge for DevOps. Okay, there is no necessary, right? If you have any field knowledge, that's always good. I'm not saying this, but if you say it's a prerequisite to know anything in the DevOps, as such, no. Whatever we need, I keep on explaining to you and giving you the feature references video also before we need. But as such, there is no need for this as a networking knowledge. Yes, Sahil, we can do it. We can merge the code and we can send the mails. All those kind of customization part and the automation part, what exactly you're looking, Sahil, we can do with the Jenkins. So the good guys, the good thing about the Jenkins is we can customize the way we want. It is 100% customizable tool, right? As the need of the projects, as the need of the day, as the need of the particular requirement, we can anything and everything can be customized and customizable by the Jenkins, because it is there in with us, right? This open source tool is there as in an environment. It is not the kind of code pipeline by AWS where they are the one who are going to manage. So they are only give you some options that only we can use. But here in the Jenkins is with you, with us, this tool. Okay, we can go to any of the level. We can go even inside the Jenkins to plugins level and other levels, and we can customize anything and everything the way we want. Even though they give you here all the capabilities, it's a big tool. But if you want some more detailed customization, we can do it. There is no limit of the customization part in the Jenkins. So Prasad, if you install Jenkins in your virtual machine, you won't stuck in the problem. It will work exactly the same. There will be same command. There will be no difference. You can use the same command to install. Sahil, you can use any testing tool. Jenkins has support for almost all the testing tools. They have the plugins. Okay, obviously we are not in the testing classes, right, or the build classes as such, but I will show you multiple example. By having this example, you get the entire idea. So whatever tool you want to use for testing or code checking or code quality checking, we can, by the way and approach I'm going to show you, by that approach you can use further in your project, or for your creating your project, you can integrate the same way. Yes, Rahul, I will definitely show the practical how to integrate Jenkins with the Kubernetes in my upcoming classes. Yes, Tamasha, there's one powerful practical, maybe in upcoming days. I am going to show you how to create a master worker node setup, and there's a multiple use case for this. So how to do this? Okay, directly on the different virtual machine, or plus in the Kubernetes or in the Docker. So powerful practical it would be, okay, and it will be on demand worker node setup. I'll show you. So as the need come up, automatically on demand perspective, my worker node starts dynamically. So that is a one powerful practical I will show you in the future classes. But yeah, this is one detailed class we will see. So night multi Docker container compose is a part of Docker only, right? So when I say Docker compose support, multi container, I mean Docker support, right? It's a part of Docker only. But this is one capability, right? I'm not talking about Docker. Docker is not the orchestration tool, right? It's just a container manager. But in the real world, we need a lot of capabilities. Multi-container is one of the capability. The tons of capability we have that Kubernetes or the Docker Swarm support. Okay, that is not available in the Docker Composer. But you can't compare Docker with the Docker Composer. You can't compare Docker Composer with the Kubernetes. They have different capabilities, I can say. Yes, Sagar, we have a lot detailed topic going to come up in the pipeline. Docker, so Jenkins is a great, interesting concept of pipeline. Okay, where I show you a complete pipeline, even though this concept of pipeline is a code, where we talk about the Groovy as a language. So I first explained Groovy as a language from very basics, and then we will use Groovy as a language to create an entire pipeline to have the end-to-end automation. Okay, so in my upcoming classes, I will show you about those things. No, Sachin, there is no need of testing knowledge. And none of the knowledge you need, neither you need to know any testing knowledge. You don't need to know anything about configuration management knowledge. You don't have to know anything about development knowledge. None of things we need. Here, I'm just giving you the information. This is what Jenkins can do. Okay, so as such, there is no prerequisite. That's what I'm trying to keep on telling you guys. Yes, Pranda, you are right. Okay, if you install Jenkins, free tool. Yeah, obviously, if you're running the Jenkins on the top of AWS, on the top of AWS, they have to pay only for the instance cost. So you're launching this instance, you have to pay for this instance cost. But if you use code commit, you have to pay for their service. How much they charge, you can check the charge for the code commit. So they charge you per storage, per usage, perspective, how much time you consume in build in AWS services, that much they charge. But yeah, if you launch Jenkins on the top of AWS, you have to only pay for the instance. Right now in the free tier, this instance is free, whatever you're using here for some time. So you don't have to pay anything in your free tier account. Okay. So guys, let's go for a break, and maybe guys, some of the query might not be addressed. Don't worry, but maybe in today's class and by the end of next class, all of the query will be somehow implemented by in some of my example, right? Yes, again, you can also run Jenkins on the top of Tomcat also. Okay, because Jenkins is like a web archive, WAR file. So any app server, you can launch the Jenkins there. You can launch the Jenkins on the top of Tomcat, Glassface, JBoost, WebSphere, WebLogic, any app server you have, you can launch the Jenkins there. That is also one of the way to launch the Jenkins. For example, if you see the Jenkins from where we have downloaded, where's the site? So if you see the Jenkins, so they give you this WAR file. This WAR file. Okay, so this WAR file means they're giving only the package of the Jenkins. Okay, so any app server, example, you're asking a Tomcat, yes. So wherever, how you install any app on the Tomcat, same way you can put this package there. So Jenkins will run on the top of Tomcat. That's also one of the way to start the Jenkins and to launch the Jenkins. Okay, so answer yes, you can do it. So yes, Santosh, we have one more training come up soon. Will be on GitLab. Date is not finalized. We will update you guys when the GitLab come up. So let's go guys for a quick break of 20 minutes. And after 20 break, we will see some practicals on the top of Jenkins, right? So break in 20 minutes, we'll see. So around 16, maybe 16:15. Okay, by 4:15 IST time, we'll continue. Right? See you guys. So guys, let's continue with the next part, right? So I'm going to start Jenkins, guys, from very zero. And we'll go step by step with the multiple different facilities of the Jenkins, right? So first of all, if you want to do anything in the Jenkins, right? I believe now you understand Jenkins is for automation, right? So in the automation, you have to tell the Jenkins what you want to automate. So there's a multiple steps you can write. So I want step number 1 to be performed. I want second step to perform. I want third step to be performed. Okay, the first step maybe go to GitHub, download the code. Second step maybe go and build the things. Third step maybe do something else. Okay, implement some security, do some performance tuning, set up the database. It would be anything. Okay, so all the steps you have to tell to the Jenkins only once, and then Jenkins will keep on running these steps always whenever we need. Okay, and we can put those steps in a concept called jobs. So this would be our one of the job. So the duty of this job is whenever we run this job, they will run step 1, step 2, step 3, and all the steps they keep on running for us. Okay, and again, this is known as job, and job is sometimes also known as a project in the Jenkins, right? And sometimes project is also known as item in the Jenkins. So whatever term you want to use, that will be your choice. Mostly we will use the term job. Okay, so let me show you guys how we can run the job. Okay, the job. So this first page of the Jenkins, that's called dashboard, and in the left side, if you see here, even though go to first page, this is the first page. Okay, in this first page, you can see if you want to build a project, you can create a job, or you can create a job, or there's an option called create a new item. In the left top corner, it is the same thing. Okay, so let me create here, or let me create here, it is the same thing. So I'm going to create a option called create a job. So this option gonna come up, you can create a job. So let me give the name called first job. Okay, and this job will be freestyle. What I mean by this, there's multiple options gonna come up. Almost all the options we're going to see in the future. But if you want your job to be very much customized the way you want to create, okay, any step you want to perform, so it's like a customized kind of job, right? Any step you want to add. So those are known as freestyle project or freestyle job. So I'm going to select this. Okay, and then this particular option gonna come up. 1 minute, let me keep on sharing the steps. So when you select this, then the option okay come up, and you click okay. Okay, then this particular page is going to come in a minute. Yeah, with the first job is already exists. Why so? So this already created, I don't know why. So when I click this, let me just click go inside, and let me delete this. So I'm going to show you one more time, so you can see the exact process. So when you click on this job, let me get the name called first job freestyle, and click OK. So this is the new page come up. If you see in the top, we are into the first job page, and this is the page where we do the setting about this job. And almost there's a multiple options we have here. Almost all the options, guys, we go and see in detail step by step. But right now, what we are going to do, or what I want. So whenever I run this job, so this is one job we have created called first job. So whenever I run this job, or I execute this job, okay. So guys, when you run the job, it is also known as execute the job. But typically in the Jenkins world, running the job is called build the job, but they are the same thing. So whatever term you want to use, it is the same thing. Okay, so what this job will do. So right now I want my job will run some Linux command. That's a date command. That's a one simple example I'm using here. So I want when the job run, they will run the date command. It's one of the command in Linux. Okay, and why we can run the Linux command? Because right now my Jenkins is a software, and because Jenkins is running on the top of Linux operating system. So with the help of Jenkins, I can run any of the command that is available in this Linux. So very simple job. So whenever I run this job, they will contact. This job is going to run obviously with the help of Jenkins, and Jenkins will contact to a base operating system. This is called Linux, and ask, do you have the date command? If yes, can you please run? And if they run successfully, so we can see my job run successfully. Okay, but if you install the Jenkins on the top of Windows, there we don't have the date command. So if you run the job in the Jenkins on the top of Windows, so obviously this job will fail because we don't have as such the date command run directly in the Windows. So it depends upon operating system. So right now Jenkins is only running on the top of Linux, but in the future I'll show you how can you connect Jenkins Windows and other operating system to running their commands. Okay, but this is the first practical. So what I'm going to do, so because my Jenkins is running on the top of this Linux operating system, let me refresh this page. So all the command that is supported on the top of this Linux operating system for your date command, we can run with the help of Jenkins. Okay, might not be so much useful job, but this is the way I would like to start the first small topic in Jenkins, right? So I'm going to this first job, and there's an option. If you go down, this is called build, and you want to add the step. I say yes. What do you want to do? You want to run the command, and the command is, guys, always run on this kind of black screen, and this black screen is known as shell. So I want Jenkins will take the shell and run the command. So I would like to execute the command right now. Maybe in the future we can run on the Windows also, but right now I'm going to run in my Linux. Which command I want to run? Let's say date command. That's all. Very simple, small job. Okay, we are going to write here, and let me save. Okay, that's all. Now this is the first new page come up. So this is the portal or the dashboard for your first job. Here they talk about the first job, and this job, guys, is not yet run. How do I know? If you see the left side build history, there's no history we have. If you see the left bottom bar, we have no history about this job. Okay, and this is the first time we are going to run this job. And to run this job, there's an option called build now. And if you run on the build now, your job will run. If the job is started, guys, if you see in the left side, right, they started, and they run very quickly because this job is doing only one step. They are only going to run the command. If you see green tick here, okay, with the option 1 means first time we are running it, and the time also when the job run, how much time it took 0.1 second to run this entire job only, and the green tick means the job runs successfully. And if you see the output of this job, so there's option here after 1, you can click on this option, then they open the console output. And in the console output, right, you can see when the job run, what kind of output they show you. So if you click on the console output, they show you here the job is run by my account. By my account, there's one concept called triggers come up. So some of the job will automatically run by some triggers. What are those? We might discuss something today. Okay, and this job we are asking to run only first one command, date, they run the command, and finally output is successful. Okay, so we run the job for 1 times and we get this success. So if we go click on this project, this is what my history is. If I run one more time, build. So what are the job steps you write, all the steps will run for you. So right now, guys, we are running only one single command, but there will be hundreds or thousands of different steps. So in just by one click, all the steps will run automatically for you. Automatic means as a kind of automation. Okay, this is one thing. And even though if you go to your dashboard, means first page, here you can see, okay, you have how many jobs you have. I have only one single job, and job run 2 times. And what is the last success? What is the total duration the job run in total in last time? And from here also we can run the job. There's a play button. I can click play and my job starts, and they're running, and after run, they run behind the scene. Okay. And even though after refresh, I can see the job run twice. So if I refresh this page, now job run twice, and every time we have success. And every time the job is success, so here, this icon here, they show you, okay, that the job run, let's say 3 times or 100 times, every time you're saying 100% stability. So these are the stable job. Okay, not every time in the real world, we get the stable jobs mostly, and most of the job will fail. So here they keep on giving you the report, small report, that this job run 50%, 60% fail. Okay, but in my job, they run only 100% time they succeed. But let me intentionally fail this job. How? I will go inside this job by clicking in this icon. I do some changes in this job. How? There's an option called configure. Okay, intentionally I will go and change the command date123. This command does not exist in the Linux. So obviously, if I apply means save, they don't go out. But if I say save, it go out also. And obviously, now in this case, my job run 3 times, although they are green tick. But now if I build or run, so this time you will see 4 times they will fail. You can see this red tick. Okay, and if you see the data output, they fail. Why? This command is not exist, so they fail. It's failure. But if you go to my dashboard, you can see this icon means last time your job failed. Okay, even though guys, this icon also changed. Last time the icon was about sun icons, right? But as and more your job will fail, your icons keep on changing. Just try to show you visually that job is failed multiple times, but accordingly, out of 4, 1 time they fail, 70% failure we have. But if I run one more time, okay, job run one more time. If I run one more time, job will run one more time. Let I refresh. But if you see guys, icon, this is the like sun is signing with some cloud. But if I refresh this page, now we have no sun. We have now some kind of rain is going on, right? So if I run multiple time, okay. So more and more job fail, the icon is keep on changing. It's a way to see the visuals, okay, about the stability of the job. And so after some time, your icon will change to thunderstorm and something else. It's just a way, because what you see in the future, there's hundreds and thousands of jobs is coming. Okay, so by looking at the icon, we can see very quickly which is the job is failing much. Accordingly, we take the actions to do some kind of change there, right? But this is just an icon to present you visually, okay, that this particular job is failing again and again. Okay, so that is the idea to perform here. Now let me go back to my job. From here also we can go. There's an option called configure. I can go inside the job and let me change. Even though there's a button called build. I can go to build. I will likely go to this page and let me change so that I can apply save. And now if I run 40 times fail, a lot of time they fail. But if I again build, my job will. So this is some vocabulary I want to show you by this simple example. Okay, and here they show you some of the direct links. So last time 14 time of they fail. So if I give refresh, you can direct link here. So 13 seconds ago, this job was stable, means they succeed. 14th job, 14 time run, it's failed. So you can direct link we have. You can click here. You can directly see about the detail of at what time the job failed, what number of the time of 14th the job ID they failed, who started the job. We might have multiple users, but we will, in my case, started this job, and you can see the output, what the reason why they failed. So a lot of information you can see to rectify the issue. You can click on the back to project, you will reach here. Okay, that is a one idea. Now I want to show you one more small thing. Okay, one more small thing. Before this, let me show you how we can integrate Jenkins with the GitHub. Then we can see, I can show you multiple things, right? So the plan would be something like this. So let's say we have some project in my GitHub, okay, and I have the Jenkins. So what I want, okay, Jenkins will go to GitHub, okay, and download my project. That's called, they will pull my project. Okay, but who will upload the project? Maybe you can actually go and create the project there in the GitHub, but normally and mostly we have the developer sitting in their workspace or workstation, that's called laptop, working on the code. Okay, and this code they keep on uploading to the GitHub. How? They are pushing the code. And obviously, guys, in the GitHub, we always put the code in some of the folder. That folder is called repository. Okay, so let me do this setup very quickly. Then I'll show you how we can ask the Jenkins, or how we can get the job that will go to GitHub and pull the code. Okay, by this demo, you will see a lot of things. And by this, after this demo, I'll show you multiple triggers, very interesting triggers. It's very useful to have these triggers. Okay, but let me show you this demo very quickly. So let's say I am the developer and I'm working in my laptop. So my laptop is my workspace. So what you need to upload the code, you need Git in your laptop. Okay, so in my laptop, I have already Git installed. So I'm using Git bash. It's there in my laptop. So what I'm going to do in my laptop, I'll go to one of the folder, and I'm going to create one folder called Jenkins data. Okay, so I'm going to put all the Jenkins documented data in this folder. I'll share this folder to you, or let's say Jenkins training 2022 data. So this is one separate folder I'm creating for you. Okay, and here I'm going to create a first project of my Git. So we have a command called Git in it, and let's say this is my first project. I'm going to create locally in my laptop. So project is like a folder. You can see you will have this folder created. And now whatever code you want to create in any of the language, you have to put here to upload in the in the Git. Okay. So this is a very basic thing, nothing very technical, even though let me share this commands to you. Now, let's say I'm the developer and my motto is to upload the code to the GitHub. But before this, let me create some code. And let's say my plan is to create a website. And website, guys, we always have one home page of the website that is normally index.html. So let me create one home page. Okay. Index.html with my text editor. Okay, and let's say welcome to Linux World. Pretty simple website, nothing very fancy. See, so this code we have added, and let me do further thing. Thing would be, I say Git, I want to add a new page in my local system. And Git, I also want to commit. I don't want to do any change here. So I want to commit this page with some comment, first change, something like this. So thing is good, nothing very technical here. Okay, those who don't know about Git, so I'm just showing you all the basic commands that we need to just know about it. Otherwise, we don't need much about Git in this training. Okay, now this project is there in my local laptop. Now this project I would like to upload to my GitHub. For this, you should have a GitHub account. Okay, so just go to GitHub account, and there you have to create one repository. How? There's option called in the top called new. Okay, or maybe you can find new repository as option. Okay, create a new repository, and here you can give any repository name. So let's say this is a Jenkins training 22 first, some name I'm giving. Okay, and then do one thing, don't initialize this repository, right? Because we have already created local repository. I just want to connect, that's what. So don't click here, don't initialize. That's what I want to tell you here. I'm just creating a only empty repository there, so that I can upload my local project to the GitHub. Okay, so don't click anything here. So click create a repository. Okay, and here Git is talking about if you want to connect your local project to the GitHub, you do first connect GitHub to the local system. How to connect? There are some commands I'm giving to you. Run these command. Okay, especially these two command in the last. So don't run all this command, only this two command you have to run. Okay, motto is, if you don't know about Git, don't worry, but the motto of this command is to connect our local system Okay, a local system to the GitHub. So I'm going to commit, and then this is a command. What this command will do, whatever the local website I created, this page, they will upload to the GitHub. That was these last two commands they do for you. Okay. Work, please. Otherwise, who was there with me in my GitHub and Git training? There I talk about everything possible thing in the Git and GitHub. So you guys might know a lot about this, but these are the only things we need. Okay. So my local project is uploading. In my case, they are not asking login and password, because initially when I do this practical, somewhere first in my laptop, they ask me the login and password, and I give first time my login and password of this system. They store somewhere in my local system. But in your case, they might ask you your login and password, GitHub, provide the login and password, then they upload. Okay. So these are the guys command I run right now. Okay. These are the command. That's all. So all the project we have uploaded to the system. How I know? If I refresh this page, you can see your local project will reach here. Okay. Why I'm doing this practical? Because there's a lot of triggers I'm going to show you to do everything automated. What I mean by this, in some minute you will see. But right now, what setup we have done? This part we have done. Local laptop, we have a code that has been pushed to my GitHub repository. This part is done. Now, motto is I have the Jenkins, and I want my Jenkins will download and pull this project. How? Automatically means with the help of a job. That's what right now the plan is. Okay, then what to do after this? Then I will show you in a minute what to do after this. So let me do this. But understand one thing. This time Jenkins is downloading some web app, some website, some data or file. Okay, from somewhere. And if you're downloading some file or data, okay, so Jenkins has to keep this data somewhere. Okay, then we can do something on this data. So what happened, guys, whenever you create a job, for every job, Jenkins gives some extra space that is called storage. And the storage is also known as workspace in the Jenkins. So for every job, they give the storage from their local hard disk. Local means wherever Jenkins running, they give the storage from their local hard disk. So example, in my case, Jenkins is running in this Reddit system. So from this Reddit system, they give some storage to every jobs. For example, this is the first job, right? This first job. So if we go inside this job, okay, this job has their own personal workspace here, this folder. So any project related file, artifact, software, files, data, okay, data means the file actually, they stored here. So see in this workspace, okay, nothing is there. Okay, because in this job, there's no file. We are just running the date command. So there's no need of the file and the data. So it's empty. But I'm going to get one more project. Okay. In this project, when Jenkins run, they will go to GitHub, download the web app or website. So we have to store this website where in the workspace of that particular job. So they provide every job independent storage. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. So, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more new project. From here, I can going to create new item. Let's say this is my GitHub job. One I'm going to create. And let's say we'll be again freestyle, so I can customize everything the way I want. Okay. Okay. Here I want Jenkins will connect to the GitHub, and GitHub is my SCM tool. So we have the option here in the top. Do you want to connect to any of the SCM tool? I say yes. Okay, which one? I want to connect to the Git. Git. Okay, so can you tell me the URL of the Git? So you have to put the URL over here. Okay, how? So in my Git, this is the project of the Git, and how you get the URL of the Git. Don't take from here. Okay, the right way to get the URL is from the code, and this is the URL of HTTPS. So I'm going to copy this particular URL, and this URL where my project lie in the GitHub, and because it's public, so we can download directly. If it's private, then you have to give the login and password that in the Jenkins we can provide. Somewhere here, my login and password. I'll show you somewhere how to get. Okay, so I'm going to put this URL. Which one? Copy and paste. Okay, and after this, just click somewhere out. Okay, and they say fail to connect to this repository. Why so? It is public. It should connect. Let me go out again. Let me configure build tool. Okay, it should be connected, right? Fail to connect the repository, perform git command, it is failing. Why is not connecting? Okay, there's one challenge, guys. Why it's not connecting? It's good. Why this error come up? Okay, so I want to explain you one more interesting concept. Sometimes we miss, but it's important to know. Okay, so right now, why it's failing? I feel that might be the reason, but let me first try to explain the concept. If this is a reason, then we can resolve it. So right now we are running with Linux operating system. Okay, and on the top of Linux operating system, guys, we have installed Jenkins. Okay, that's what is running, and we have a Git hub, I can say, running somewhere. Okay, so if you want to get anything from the GitHub, so Jenkins, go to GitHub and say I will go and download the code. Okay, how? If you want to download your code by yourself, then you can install git bash, and there's a way you can use the command called git clone and git pull, multiple commands they have. So if you don't use Jenkins, you can use this command to download. But the good thing about Jenkins is you don't have to know the command, and Jenkins know these command already how to download the code. You don't have to worry about this. So Jenkins say, I know everything about GitHub. You don't have to worry about. And how I know? Because you have installed one Git related or GitHub related library. Or not the library, a better word, I can use the word plugins. So when you install the Jenkins, this plugins has been installed. So how to connect to GitHub, how to download, upload, whatever you need in the future, I know everything. Okay, why? Because I have with the help of plugins. Okay, but I know how to connect, but I need git command. If the command is not available, okay, where? To me, and I'm just tool how I use the command. I will take the command only from a base operating system. So in my base operating system, if command is not available, okay, for example, if I go to my Windows, if this command is not available, even though I know the command, let's say this is the command we have to use. As a Vimal, I know the command, right? But Jenkins say I know the command, but if the command is not available, how can I download? Okay, so point is what I'm trying to tell you is one very important information, right? Plugins give the Jenkins a knowledge that how to connect these tools or how to integrate with GitHub, Docker, Kubernetes, OpenShift, something like this. Okay, those knowledge plugins give. Okay, but mostly and always plugins never give the underlying commands. So wherever Jenkins running on that particular operating system, you should have that command and that respective command available. Otherwise, thing won't work. Okay, so I believe this is, guys, one knowledge I want to give you. So I believe wherever Jenkins running in my laptop, that's it. So my OS, that OS might not have this command available. I believe this is the one of the reason. Okay, so how can I check? So Jenkins say I know the command how to download. There's a multiple way to download. I know the command git, but there might be chances git command is not available. This is one of the reason, maybe. Okay, so I'll go to a base system where the Jenkins is running. Let me check very quickly. Let me refresh this page to reconnect. So if you see here git command, yeah, that was actually the case. Okay. So we have to install this command. How? Again, we can use yum command to install, okay, with sudo. So guys, I think you get more clarity about, right, what the use of plugins. So plugins give you the Jenkins intelligence that you don't have to, we as a user don't have to know anything about about the what I say, anything about the commands. Jenkins will automatically perform by just giving the information they will do for you. But Jenkins should know, should have the command, right, where the Jenkins installed. That's what we have done here. Okay. Now, if I go to this particular page, and if I go hit, okay, or better I can refresh this page, or maybe sometime in some other time, guys, we have to restart Jenkins also some of the time. Okay. Now, this time, let me also remove this. Again, type and hit enter. Now this looks good. So when you type this URL and click out, means click somewhere in the screen, automatically Jenkins will go and try to check does they have the git command or not. If yes, they try to check the connectivity, if they have the connectivity or not, or some other kind of private repository we have, everything is good, they have the connectivity, so they won't throw any error. It means everything is good and fine. How we get this plugin? When we install the Jenkins, that time I show you suggested plugin, so they install Git and GitHub plugin for us. Okay, so this job is nothing, very simple job. When I run this job, my Jenkins will download the code. That was the job. This is right. So let me run this job. Then what you will see, let me show you. Okay, but yeah, one more thing. In my GitHub, my entire data is there in the master branch. Okay, so Jenkins by default downloading the thing from the master branch. So here they are downloading from master branch. But if you want to download from other branch, you can change the name. But mostly we wanted to do from master branch. Whenever we need to change, I will explain you a little bit about the branch, those who don't know. Okay, and then we'll change and I'll show you how to do. Okay, but right now that's what I need. Let me save this thing and take you out. And then this is the first time we are building the project. But before build, if I see the workspace not yet created. So when you create the job first time, your workspace will not create, means there is no storage provided to you. Okay, but as soon as you build your project first time, your storage will be provided to you, and any data that is you downloaded from somewhere, because here they're running the job. But if you see the real time, they show you the real time they are downloading, and finally they connect to GitHub. Okay, get it to GitHub, and finally they succeed. What are guys message we have committed, that what come to us. So there is no error, the job run successfully. And now your entire data from GitHub from this project is been downloaded in your workspace. So here there's a page download in the Jenkins. Okay, now this part is done. Now why we download this project? Because I want Jenkins will do with this project. What they do depend upon the requirement. Let's say my requirement would be something like this. That I have one of my computer. In this computer, we have the operating system, and on the top of operating system, we have configured web server. Okay, and let's say this web server has been accessed publicly by everyone. Okay, so when anybody come to this web server, so what a website we have, website is normally web app, or web app means web pages. So web pages we have, they can access. Okay, so who will do this setup, having the operating system and web server? Maybe right now, let's say this setup, I'm doing it manually, but maybe in the future, we can ask the Jenkins, they can also do automatically for it. But the motto here is, let's say this setup we already have, operating system with the web server that I'm going to show you in a minute manually. Okay, but the duty of Jenkins in our case is, whenever my developer write any code, developer always push to GitHub. I show you how. And as soon as we push to GitHub, Jenkins will download the code from the GitHub, store somewhere here in their local storage, and then Jenkins will send this page and copy to my web server. And copying any web page or web app on the top of app server or web server are known as deploy. So I want Jenkins, we go and deploy the page there. And as soon as the page deployed here, my public guys can able to see it. Okay, this setup I want to do here. Right now, most of things here look maybe manual, but I show you slowly everything can be automated by help of some triggers. And what are triggers? By after having this practical, you guys come to know the use of the triggers. Okay, so let's say I want to do this setup. But having this setup, what you need first developer system that I have already, GitHub account, I have already Jenkins and the Jenkins job I have already. Okay, one thing that I don't have right now is this part. Okay, that I'm going to do it right now manually. Okay, for manual, you need the operating system. So right now, rather than I'm launching a separate operating system in my AWS cloud, I'm going to use same operating system for doing this thing. For some reason, otherwise, if I launch separate, then you have to do some more setup of the Jenkins, maybe set some keys or agents. So it would be next class practicals. So I'm using same operating system where the Jenkins is running. Okay, and same operating system I'm using to set up my web server. Okay, so this web server I'm going to set up in the same operating system. Technically, Jenkins is a different tool, web server is a different tool, so there will be no conflict. So think it is a separate computer altogether. Okay, and in the web server, depending upon which web server you want to use, I'm going to set up Apache web server that is very simple to use and very quickly we can set up. Okay, we can do it. But again, guys, I can do this setup manually. Okay, but for some reason, I want to show you the setup. How can you set up this setup with the Jenkins? Because I want to show you some more extra thing about the Jenkins that may be useful. Okay, so what I mean by this, so plan is this one. I want my setup number 4 to be done. How? We can go manually, but due to some more reason, I want to show with you manually again. I want to do this setup, step number 4 with the help of Jenkins jobs. And for this, I'm going to create a separate job. Okay, separate job. So I go to my Jenkins. I come back to this job again. In my Jenkins, I'm going to create a new job. And the job would be set up web server. Okay, freestyle. And I would like to set up my web server with the help of Jenkins. Okay, click OK. And here for setup, I will going to build. I'm going to run some commands on my command line. Because those who know Linux, if you want to set up the web server, so in the web server, you can run a command. Let me refresh the page again. So those who don't know how to set up Apache web server, okay, so we can run one command called yum install httpd. So by this command, we can install Apache web server. Is a web server software. But I don't want to run this command manually. I want Jenkins will run this command and set up my web server in this computer. Okay. So how I want to run this command by the Jenkins. So I'm going to run this command yum space install space web server. And I'm going to put one comment here. Comment would be set up Apache web server. Apache is the product name or community name, or as a web server, sorry, HTTP. I want to install this product. Okay, right now, this is not the best way to configure the server. We have a lot of configuration management tool available in the market. For example, Ansible. So we can connect Jenkins with the Ansible, and Ansible will go and configure the thing for us. Okay, but I'm not going to the direction right now. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm trying to make it simple for some reason. All right, we'll share, you can know in a minute what I'm talking about. But technically, when I run this job, this software will be installed by the Jenkins. And why I want to install this software? Because I want to install web server. And why I want to install web server? Because I want to deploy my web page for my public guys. Okay. So let me save. And now what you will see, guys, when you build, there's chances this job will fail. And guys, quickly it will fail. And if you try to see the reason why it failed, this job, they're trying to run this command and they fail. And here they give the message, you should be root to perform this. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, okay, whenever you run, and guys, very important to know, right now my Jenkins is running on the top of Linux operating system. Okay, Jenkins is running over here. And any job, if you run, okay, any job, if you run, obviously with the help of Jenkins on your behalf, run this job, okay, on and inside this Linux operating system. So Jenkins will take your information with the help of job from you. Will run this job or build the job. Jenkins will run this job on the top of Linux operating system. But anything you want to do on the top of any operating system in the world, everything is done with the power of some user. Okay, for example, if I'm running the command delete command, so this command is again a command. We can think this command is like a job, but this job is running with the help of this user. Who am I? This user. And this user, guys, is a normal user in the Linux that has a limited power. Means if I install something from this user, so this user won't do anything. Not means won't able to do everything in the Linux system. For example, if I install this software, this will fail. And what this command say, yum is a command in Linux to install the software, but yum command is only run by the root user, and root is the admin user in the Linux. I'm explaining guys in this way because I believe most of guys doesn't know about Linux. So guys, everybody can understand what is going on. Okay, but those who know Linux, they know this thing's very simple thing, nothing very technical. Okay, so my point here is, if you try to run most of the command, the system level commands, right? Only a root user can run it. Okay, so why I'm saying this? Because whenever Jenkins run any job, that behind the scene is like a command only. So Jenkins run all the jobs, all the command on the top of Linux user with a power of Jenkins user. So Jenkins is also one kind of user created in our operating system. So when you install Jenkins first time, the user called Jenkins created. Even though you can check also, there's one command called ID, and what check the Jenkins user created. No, actually name is Jenkins. So when you install the Jenkins first time, automatically this user account created. And every job when you run Jenkins, they run with this power. And whatever power this user has, that much powerful command you can run, or that much job you can run with the help of Jenkins. So what I'm trying to tell you, if you go to your this job and let me comment this line, and instead let me run a command called who am I. What I'm trying to tell you, whenever you run the job, any job in the Jenkins, they run the job with the power of Jenkins user. How can I prove this? When this job run, they will tell you this job is run with the power of Jenkins user. And Jenkins user has no power to run any of the system level commands. So if you ask Jenkins user to change somebody password, to install software, to create partition, to run maybe Ansible related things, or do something that is more requires some system level power or admin power, Jenkins won't able to do it. Okay, it means if you want Jenkins to do automation, okay, you have to give Jenkins a power. What power? Almost the admin level power. Okay, and in Linux, guys, if you want to give any user admin level power, so for this you have to set up the sudo. So sudo is a way through which you can give any user admin level power. Okay, so how can we do this? So my motto is we would like to give Jenkins user, means this user that is not visible, but it is using behind the scene, this user, okay, giving a power that has an admin power, but means as like a root level power. How? With the help of sudo. So how we can do this? Again, those who know Linux, is a pretty simple thing, but let me show you very quickly. So for this, you have to first log in with the root account in your Linux operating system. This is a command we can use, okay, to log in to the root account. Who am I? Root. Then to giving Jenkins user a root level power, we can open a file called etc sudo. There's a file we have to open. Okay, and in this file you can write anywhere, but let me write somewhere here on line number 101. So we can write that we have one user known as Jenkins S. I want to give all the power. Okay, in most cases it's not all is good practice, but I'm just doing it for just testing this with all the command power. Okay, anybody who knows sudo, when you run the sudo first time, they ask you password of the account, current account. Jenkins has no personal password, so I said no, don't ask the Jenkins password because they don't have their own. This is a weird keyword. Even they can see this is a kind of line we write here. Everything capital letter, and this is syntax you to follow. After this, there is no space and column. Okay, so this is again not related to Jenkins, but this setup we have to do in the Linux. Now, Jenkins user has all the command power because of this all. Okay, and with the help of Jenkins, you can run any of the system level commands. Okay, so let me save this file with forcefully. This symbol we have to use, otherwise they won't allow to save. Okay, and those who don't know basic the command of Linux, open the file and basic command. So we have shared guys some of the basic video of Linux already in a portal. Just go through the video where I explain you all the small basic command that we use in the Linux already to you. Okay, and let me log out from here. I'm again in the same account. Okay, but now if I try to run again one more time this job, okay, now this time Jenkins has a root level power. Okay, the job run, and this time guys, what they do, again we ask who am I, they say Jenkins only. But technically Jenkins has a root level power. It means they should print the name root. So what I'm trying to tell you here is finally, okay, if you want to run any job with the Jenkins and you want that job will have a root level power, then you have to start those commands with the sudo. Okay, sudo command is the one who convert Jenkins account into the root account. That is the simplest way to understand. So even though I'm running whoever command with the Jenkins user, but if I use sudo, internet Jenkins user will convert to root, and because root has all the power in Linux, so all the command whatever run after sudo will be have the root level power. So let me see again, run the job, and now if my setup is right, this will not fail. So it's not fail, but if I see the output, okay, you can see root name come up. So interesting thing is my job is run by Jenkins, and Jenkins run the job behind the scene with the user called Jenkins only that I show you already. But because we given Jenkins as sudo power, okay, and to avail the sudo power, or I can say the admin power, you have to use this command with the sudo. And whenever you use the sudo command, Jenkins user internally is not visible, but internally converted into the root. That is then they show you this thing. So guys, this is some basic concept of Linux. Nothing. I'm just trying to explain you very quickly what is going on. Otherwise, the simple form. Now onward. Okay, if you want to run any command in the Jenkins that need root power, you have to start with sudo. That's all. Otherwise, it won't work. Okay. Now it means Jenkins saying, I want this particular command to be run with the sudo power. It means with the help of root power. That's all. Okay. And one more small thing, guys. Whenever you want to do for automation, okay. For example, if you let me log in with the root account, and whenever guys install any command, okay, it's good practice. For example, if you run the date command, it run directly. If you run the cal command, it run directly. But there's some command in Linux, when you run those commands, they ask you your input from the keyboard. This command is asking you, they're prompting you something. Any command they're prompting you something, those commands you can't use for automation. Because Right now, I'm there in the front of the screen. I can say yes or no to stop. Okay, but if I run the same command in the Jenkins, how we can pass yes or no from the screen, because they're running behind the scene. Okay, so my point here is any of the command that you use in the automation world, and if they're prompting you something as a keyboard input, type yes or no or something else. Okay, those are known as interactive command and prompt command. So we have to solve this issue also. So every command normally come with the option. For example, if I use yum command and you say you don't want, they will ask you yes or no, you can pass the option Y. So almost every command in the Linux, where mostly the prompt, like if you change the password, they give the option that don't prompt, and without prompt and without interact, just keep set the thing for us. Okay, for example, let me install one software here just for testing. Let's say dialog, just temporary software I'm installing here. So now this time if I use Y, so this command doesn't ask me yes or no, and install for me. And why is it so important? Because in the automation world, like I'm using Jenkins, I don't want Jenkins behind the scene they ask yes or no. Because right now in the black screen, I can type yes or no, but in the automation, they're running behind the scene. How can I type? Okay, so just keep this thing in the mind. It's not about yum, it is for all the commands. Okay, so you have to understand any of the command if you use in the automation world, if they are prompting you something, you have to pass their respective options. Okay, whatever they support, every command had different options so that they don't prompt you. So in the background, they will run without any interaction. And in the automation world, we never want as such any interaction. Okay, so this guys one quick information I want to give. Okay, now everything is done. And before I run this build, I want to show you in my current system, I don't have this software installed. There's a way we can check. The software is not yet installed. But as soon as I run my job, where it is, if I run job successfully, my job is running, even though we can see the real-time output. Okay, my job is running this year. They're installing the software by this command. There's no failing. They're installing, and finally they're installing, and they are done. So finally, if you see your job run successfully, if you want to check also, you can check from here. Last time it was failed, but it ran successfully. Okay, and one more small thing. I want to set up my web server. Okay, how? That will be your choice, but I want to set up my web server with Jenkins. So you have to write all the steps. First step is you have to install the software that we have done with this command. And after you set up the web server, you have to start their services. Then only they work, because the service or servers to start their services. Okay, and how to start services? So in Linux, this is mostly the command we have to start the services. Till the service start, it won't work. So even though if you want to check, if you see there's my service running right now, status command is not running. But who will run? I want my Jenkins will run it for me. So I'm going to give this command to Jenkins. How? In the same job, and it's a configure, and in the build, I will give this command. Again, this command also should be run with the help of sudo. Now this time, just 2 steps, that's all. So this is job, guys. Whenever you want to set a web server, just one click, one job run, and that particular system, your job has been set up. So your web server has been configured. So it's been configured very quickly. Just see the output. Your service starts successfully. To cross check, if you want, last time service was failed, when this node was not running, now it is running fine. Okay, so finally what we have, right, this particular system has been configured as a web server. Either you can do it manually, but in our case, I write a job, and job make the thing automated, and this setup is done automatically configured. This is not the best option to do it. Okay, why? Maybe in the future class I will tell you, or anybody who know Ansible or any configuration management tool, that is the better way to do. But I don't want to go to that direction right now. But yeah, what we need, it is done. So now we have 2 jobs. one job duty is to set up the web server whenever you need. Okay, this job duty has been done. So this job duty has been done. Okay, so I don't need this job. The second job where you have is to deploy the web pages. Okay, and what they do, simple. So my Jenkins will go to GitHub, download the page and deploy to my web server. So this job, guys, we already created is this one, but this job is incomplete. They only downloaded my code, but how to deploy it is not there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change something here. This job know how to download. So this step number 1 is done, but how to deploy, we have to write. And what I mean by deploy means nothing is you have your web pages with you and copy the web page in one of the folder in the web server is known as deploy. That's all. So if you know a little bit about web server, especially Apache web server, if you want to put any web pages for the real world, so you have to copy your web pages into the folder called where WS server. That's all. Okay. So if you know a little bit about web server, this is where it works. Otherwise, if you by chance, if you don't know about web server, if you are curious to know, I will ask my team, they will share one video where I explain about Apache web server from very basic to a lot of details, just for extra knowledge. So it will be, you guys can be comfortable by this kind of concepts also. Okay. So, so that is, so copy the web page, and this is the one special folder in web server. Okay. This folder means any page that you copy in this folder is been provided to the public world, and that is also known as deploy. That is the meaning of the deploy in simple term. Okay. So I will say this command to be run. And who will run this command? My Jenkins. How? By the commands. Execute cell and this command. Again, we run this command with the student. Okay, that's all. So this folder is already exist. How I know? If you want to see, this folder is already exist, but right now it's empty. Okay, and why they exist? Because we already set up the web server. So when you set up the web server, this folder automatically created. But in this folder, I don't have any web page. Okay, that is they are copying this page. But from where index.html come from? They come from my SCL. Okay, so let me save this. So guys, whenever you run this, okay, Jenkins will go to their current workspace. They look for this page, and the page exists. And why it exists? Because we already downloaded. Okay, in one of the step in this job. So if you see here in this job, we have 2 steps. Okay, step number 1, go to GitHub, download the code and put in my local workspace. And step number 2 is to whatever you downloaded in your workspace, this page exists, we will copy in this folder. So this is step number 2. Okay, and after applying this step, your job has been done. Now, this particular job will do 2 things for you, 1 and 2, what I demonstrated here. Okay. Now, before I run this job, I want to show you right now my web server has no web page. And if you try to connect publicly, it won't work. And now how can you check? Because guys, this web server is running in my EC2 instance and I have the public IP. Okay. So if I give my IP to you, even though I'm also try. Okay, and you see in this IP address, okay, normally web server run on HTTP protocol. Okay, in this IP address, I have no website running. Okay, but guys, right now they're trying to connect. It's failed because again of the reason of firewall. Okay, so any instance you launch in the EC2, okay, they have the firewall. So let's say this is a EC2 instance and we have security group firewall. So anybody who come from the outside world, and because we are trying to connect to the web server, and web server is work on HTTP protocol and work on the port number 80. This is a byte for port. So firewall is dropping this. So obviously you have to first allow the firewall, And this firewall is actually in the AWS cloud. So we have to allow this. How? The way I show you already. I go to select this instance, go to security, then I go to security group, this called firewall. And I say anybody come inbound for adding the rule for the protocol called HTTP on port number 80, allow from anywhere in the world. Because this is my public website, I want anybody from anywhere can connect. Again, this is not an issue of the Jenkins. This is what you'd allow in your current infrastructure where your server is running. Save the rule. That's all. Now, if you try to connect, there's no issue in the connectivity. Okay, but there's no home page come up. There's a bit of a page from the Apache web server. Okay, but as soon as I run the job, you will see the difference. So as soon as I run my job, if my job runs successfully, so what happened? These two process done completely. Okay, Jenkins will first download the code and then they deploy the code. As soon as they deploy, anybody in the world can see my website. So this job run successfully, I believe. Let me check very quickly. The job number 2. Okay, and they successfully deployed. It means it's pretty sure it should run. And if I refresh this page, you can see the website that I started from my local laptop. Okay, that's how the job worked very much fine. But now in this job, we can add multiple different automation. Okay, what I mean by this. So let me show you some interesting concepts here. Okay, inside concept here. Now what is happening? What is happening here? For example, if I show you this demo, this setup again in my local laptop, my developer is working, and let's say they do some more code changes. They want to add some color in the websites. After they do the code changes, they upload to the SCM tool. It's a good practice, so the other developer can also work together. They push. Okay, and guys, that is known as continuous development. Okay, because they keep on developing new things. Anybody work together in a collaborative way, and so it's called continuous development. Okay, now as soon as this code uploaded, let me show you very quickly. So my developer go to my local laptop, okay, and open this page. Okay, let me add some look and feel, let's say color to my website. Let's say aqua color. Okay, and that's all. Or maybe I want to put my Linux world in the bold. B is a pure HTML, nothing very technical. Save. Okay, and then if I think whatever I write is good, I can commit. Okay, commit this page with a message called new change. New changes. And then if I feel this is good, I can want to share with other team member, I can push it. That's all. The code is pushed to GitHub. Who know? Only this developer know that code has been pushed. There's the only one who know this. Okay. If you as a Jenkins guys wanted to know that this has been pushed or not, let's say we are the build guys, other team members. So only way to check is I have to go to my GitHub account. I'll go to this repository where the repository would be. I don't know. Let me take this name. So I go to this repository, and there I come to know, after a visit, I come to know that something right now changed. Right now changed 1 minute ago. Okay, it's been changed. So my Jenkins guys has keep on checking that something changed or not. And if they feel something changed, then they run the job. How? Manually. Job will do everything automatically, but running the job is manually. That was the manual thing that I would like to do it automated. Okay. So point here is, okay, the job is been changed by developer, but who is monitoring my DevOps or my DevOps engineers? They have no idea. something has been changed. Maybe developer writes something or update at night 1 o'clock, and next day my Jenkins related guys come up and they see the sim tool and they find something changed. Then they run the job how manually. Then this new code downloaded and we deployed. Okay, but right now, if you see in my final website, my new code is not yet updated. To update the new code, my Jenkins have to manually go. They have no idea to automatic check. They have to manually go and build it. So now after this, everything is automated, but clicking on this build now is very much manual. If you see here, after they run, okay, after what they find there will be some new changes come up and they again copy and rebuild the things. And after this, my client can see the new updated website. See here with the backup color with bold. Okay, so think here, there's multiple thing automated here, but some of the thing is not automated. So what is not automated here? I want my Jenkins is to be a little bit intelligent. Means I want my Jenkins. I don't have to, as a IT engineer or the DevOps engineer, ask the Jenkins to run the job manually by hitting the button. Okay, I would be kind of hands-free. Okay, I want Jenkins will run this job automatically. Okay, how? Okay, whenever the new code come up, Jenkins will automatically download and automatically deploy. That's what I wanted to do here. Okay, and for this in the Jenkins, there's a concept called triggers. Triggers is a one way through which in the Jenkins or through which we can tell the Jenkins, right, when to trigger and what to trigger. What I mean by this, in a minute, by looking at the demo, you come to know. Okay, so idea is something like this. What I wanted to do, I say Jenkins, okay, I don't want to click on this job manually. What I want, you just keep on watching this source control management tool and keep on watching. But again, idea is how frequently they watch is up to you. So let's say I want Jenkins every hour you go and check, every month you go and check, every weekly you go and check, every nightly you go and check, every minute you go and check. Okay, so every time you go, I'm going to give you the time, duration or frequency. That's called schedule. Okay, and every time you go and check, and whenever you find something change, okay, download it and deploy it. Okay, so guys, this is one of the kind of triggers. Like this, there are multiple different kind of triggers, right? I show you multiple triggers, but this is one of the trigger that you can set in the Jenkins. Trigger means, okay, trigger means now onward we are not going to click on build button now manually. After build button, you can do everything automatic, I know, but I want this build button automatically run. That concept is called trigger. But what is the condition for the trigger? Okay, there's a multiple different conditions we can write. One of the condition is you will go every time, okay, to my SCM and check. If you find anything changed there, then download it. Okay, and then deploy it. Okay, or I can say just keep on checking SCM again and again. Okay, if you see something change there, then automatically run this job. That's called as trigger, and then this trigger is known as Paul SCM. Paul SCM. Anything change Paul in my source control management system, then only trigger the job automatically. Means we are not going to click on this button now onwards. Okay, how can you do this? Like this, there's multiple more triggers. There's some more very interesting triggers we have, but this is one of the interesting trigger. I'm going to show you first trigger, but other triggers we'll see also in some minute, right? Let's get a hold for a minute. I'll just come back in a minute. Then we continue to do this setup. 1 minute, please. Okay, so let me show you how your job automatically run. And for this, we have to set up the trigger and that particular job. So for this, if you click on configure, there's guys option here called build triggers. So if you click here, okay, there's a multiple different triggers available. Okay, I will going to explain all triggers slowly one by one. Okay, but let me show you the trigger called build periodically. Okay, and then I show you poll SCM. Okay, but let me run the build periodically. Here you have to give the schedule. Okay, for example, I want to run this job every evening or nightly or every week, every month. Okay, again, this is the use case mostly useful for doing the backups. So if you have any backup jobs, you have some data, you want to do a backups, and if you want to do a backup every monthly, every nightly, every weekly, or you have some concept of creating a reports every monthly or quarterly. Okay, so you can create one job. Okay, and there you can set this trigger called build periodically. Okay, and you can write here, I want to create a report per month on 30 and 31st okay, of that month, last day, something like this. So when you have the job where you have this kind of use case of backup of reporting and something like this, that you want a fixed interval that you want to run the job every week, month, or year, right? Then this kind of triggers is very much useful. So this trigger is useful for this purpose, right? So in our requirement, I don't need this job. Why? The idea is very simple. Okay, my requirement is something like this. GitHub is we have, and we have the Jenkins. So I want my Jenkins keep on visiting GitHub. Let's say every minute. Okay, and they download the latest code, but the condition is only the code change, then only download, otherwise they don't. So if I write the trigger with build periodically, in this case, what happened? Even the code change or don't change, in all the case, they will keep on downloading. If my developer doesn't change the code for 1 month, but every minute or every one day, whatever you write here, they keep on downloading the older code also, and again keep on copying the code. That doesn't make any sense, right? The code is not changed. Why they're downloading and keep on deploying? So I've seen most of guys sometimes write this build periodically in this kind of code management. So it's not good practice to use this. So this is good when you have some kind of job, then you want to do a backup or some kind of reporting. These are the use cases where this trigger in the job will be useful. Okay, let me show you this demo, right? But according to our requirement, okay, the trigger, what I want is when the Jenkins go to GitHub, only when the code changes, then only they download, then only they they copy. And the trigger name for us would be Paul S. That is a better this one trigger for us. But let me show you this thing first. So how can you schedule? Again, guys, this is not a syntax we can use. So here we have fixed syntax that how can we schedule this. So anybody who know a little bit about cron tab or cron jobs, okay, that we normally use in the Linux system mostly to schedule something automatically. What does syntax cron job have? Same syntax they support. Let me show you very quickly. So the syntax would be, first we have to write a minute, then hours, okay, then date, then month, and the day of the week. So the plan would be, let's say I want to schedule the job on 13th of August, okay, at the time morning, or let's say afternoon, 15 hour and 10 minute. Okay, so how can you write in this syntax? This syntax we have to follow, and this syntax has come from the syntax called cron job. So syntax would be, first come minute 10, then hour 15 is a 24-hour format actually. Then we have to write a date 13, month is August. August is number is called is 8, sorry, not 10, 8. And day, it will be any day, Monday to, I don't know. So if you say whatever day come up, you can write star here. Any of the day you can write. So this is syntax, guys, you have to use here. Okay, even though you can see the help, they show you this is a syntax you have to use. And they show you some examples also. Okay, there's multiple example they show you after every minute, 15 minutes. Those are the multiple example they show you. So there's some example you can see from here, or those who know cron job, that is same syntax. But if you have a requirement that you want to run the job every minute, okay, then every minute means any hours, any date, any month, any day. But let's say I want to run a job every 2 hours, every hour. Okay, means I want to run my job at 2 hour, 10 minute, 3 hour, 10 minute, 4 hour, 10 minute. Then we can write 10. So this syntax means any hour, 1 hour, 10 minute, 2 hour, 10 minute, 3 hour, 10 minute. So this is syntax for running the job every hour. But if you want to run the job every minute, then you have to write all the places star. Okay. So first hour, 1 minute, first hour, second minute, first hour, third minute. So the syntax for running the job every minute. So these are multiple syntax you can create by this, or you can see the help of this. But let's say I want to run my job every minute. Okay, just for test very quickly. So in this case, now what happened when I save this job? Save this job. Okay. Now it becomes hands-free. Now see here, my last job is 4. I'm not touching my hand. Okay, I'm not clicking on any of the build now button. Automatically, as soon as the first minute complete, the minute complete at 59 seconds, right? Automatically, I see fifth number job started. Okay, and they're downloading the thing from the GitHub, and after downloading from GitHub, they are putting into my website, and you can see the latest data. Okay, only thing issue in this job is even my developer is sitting ideal. We are not changing anything in my local laptop. We're not uploading anything new in my GitHub account. Okay, but still my job will run every minute. Okay, because we schedule for every minute, but everything minute they're running, that's not nice. But every minute they're downloading the older code and copying back. That is the bad thing. Okay, it means this job is not so much intelligent. Means the job should first check, does we change anything in the GitHub? Let me refresh. No, even though this job will run, that's what we wanted, but the downloads here 6 job run, and every time you see, every time they're downloading. So these are the options of Git, that downloading and copying every time. Okay, so that's what I don't want to do. Okay, and that easy reason, this trigger is not good for this kind of use cases. I've seen multiple times, a lot of guys write this, but don't do this. Better trigger would be Paul S here. Okay, so what I mean by this, I will show you. But before this, I want to show you one more small thing. Okay, if you see this job initially, console output, this job is run by Vimal user, because we manually run it by my account. But now if you see, these jobs is run by timers, means is one of the triggers. So this job is now running automatically, means by some of the triggers. Now one of the trigger is called cron job, is called timers. So what I'm going to do here, okay, in this job, the better idea would be, okay, rather than I will use this trigger, okay, this trigger I will use Paul S here. Again, the idea is same cron kind of schedule we can write. Let me run every minute. Okay, every minute. But this is a little bit intelligent. Every minute they run, every minute go to GitHub, but they only download from the GitHub whenever things change, then only they copy. That's a beautiful thing about this trigger. Okay, so let me save. Okay, and now this time this last job is 7th. Let's wait for 1 or 2 more minutes. Let's see what happened. So behind the scene job will run every minute. The minute is end at 59 seconds. So let me show you. And my system where Jenkins is running, the current time is almost completed. So we see the job number 8 level refresh is still 7. Let me wait for 1 more minute. Okay, so after some 40 seconds around, let's see what happened. Because we apply pole SCM. Okay, so beautiful thing about pole SCM is they keep on running the job every minute. Okay, I can say they keep on running the trigger every minute, and they're going to GitHub. And in the GitHub, they haven't changed, see any change here right now, right? So they don't triggering the job. That's an interesting point. Okay, so I think almost 1 minute is done. Let me go and check very quickly. 9 more seconds left. Let's see what is going to do, what is going to happen. So I think it's done. 1 minute is done, right? Nothing happened, right? Why? Because of policy. But now in this point in time, if my local developer has changed something in the code, okay, new changes, okay, or let me change the color to aqua to blue. Okay, they change in the local system, then they commit, new change second time, and they push. That's all. Now the job of the local developer done. Now we don't have to wait. Okay. Now as we upload, they upload in the GitHub, and now as soon the next minute complete, okay, without touching anything, my job automatically trigger. They change something, new change happen in the GitHub, and automatically they run the job. Latest updated data they will download and deploy back to the server. See here, guys, automatically they started. Okay, they see the change. Okay, the job is started. They are doing processing. They're checking the comparison, right? And if you see the console output, okay, this done is by different trigger called SCM change. Now this time they change, see the different code, and they again redeploy. It means now my customer will see the latest updated website with different color. So there's a beautiful thing about the pole SCM. It's a good trigger, but it's not the best trigger. We have some more powerful triggers that is great, powerful than this. So I'm not going to discuss that trigger right now. We have to do some extra setup for this. Okay, it's called trigger remotely build and GitHub hooks triggers that I have to do something, add in the GitHub webhooks to connect these guys. So in my next classes, I will talk about this trigger, but at least you have the idea what is the use of the trigger and what can be do. But this, at least this is a good trigger I can say to have right now. But one more interesting thing I want to do, I want to tell you here is that is again very interesting. The thing would be something like this. Now what I want to do, okay, I want to do this kind of setup. Okay, I want to do something in my local system. I want, because this is a very common practice my developer use. The practice would be my developer change something in the code, and after my developer feel my code is actually properly changed, then only normally developer commit. It means for the developer perspective, they are done. They don't want to do much changes here. Okay. And after commit, they always to push, right? To share their latest update code to every other team members. Okay. So what I want, okay, commit obviously will be done manual only, because developer is the one who know in their mind, they know when they want to commit. Okay. So what I want after the commit, this push from a local system to GitHub will be automated. This part also to be automated. So it will be something like this, your final chain, or maybe I can use pipeline. Pipeline might know the better word here, but let's say what I want, as soon as my developer commit the code, okay, automatically this part number 1 to SCM 1 is be automated. As soon as the new code update in my SCM, my Jenkins automatically download this code. This part to be automated. Okay, and this code to be automatically deployed in my file server, this part to be automated. So everything is automated from here till here. This I wanted to do. Okay, so how to download the code and copy here? For this, we have the job. This by the job, we can automate this part. That's what we have. How to download the latest code and to run the job automatically, we have the triggers for this. It's called Paul SCM. Okay, but how I want, how we can do that as soon as my developer commits something, automatically my code will automatically push. That's what I want to do. Here, Jenkins going to help you. Okay, here you have to take the help from your local Git system. Okay, because when you commit something, Git is the one who know you have committed. Okay, so good thing in the Git is the local Git that you have. I'm talking about this Git, this Git command. So this Git tool is a great thing. Okay, whatever you guys do in the Git, when you commit, when you add, there's much more things we can do in the Git, merge, rebashing, hundreds of things we can do. So whenever you do anything in the Git, okay, for the Git, everything is known as events. Okay, and Git know when which event you performed. So when you run the git commit command, they know git commit event is happening. And even though they know before you as you run the commit and before they do commit, they know commit is going to happen. So they know also pre also and post also. Okay, so my point here is, okay, when you do commit, Git know commit is going to happen. So there's called pre-commit, then commit is going on. After commit successfully done, they know also post-commit also means commit is done. Now what you want to do? So my point here is what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, Git know everything what is going on in your local system with the help of in the terms of Git perspective. Okay, and so because they know, so we can also do some trigger locally in my local laptops. And what we can say, Git, whenever we commit you and the commit is successful, then commit done is called post commit. And post commit, I want you to trigger something. Okay. And what trigger? Just do one thing, only post the data. So what you trigger, you just trigger this command called get push. That's all. This is the only trigger I want you to perform. Because this is the only command I want you to perform automatically. Okay, and this command package we can write, guys, in one file that's called script. And this script is normally known as hooks. Okay, let me show you this demo. It's pretty simple, but this is what the entire process would be. Okay, so whenever I'm doing git commit, git no commit command successfully done. And whenever command successfully done, we can attach one script to the GitHub. And guys, when you attach the script, you can write anything in the script. You can write as the commit done, send the mail, send the email, send the SMS, send the WhatsApp. If you connect to IoT devices, start the buzz, alarm, LED lights, anything and everything you can perform, right? Because they have a capability to run the script automatically. Okay, and running the script automatically is known as trigger, and this script is normally known as hooks. Okay, so how we can do it? So in your current project, this folder, right, where your file is, there's a one hidden folder we have, is called .git folder. So when you get a Git project, this folder automatically created. Every folder, every project of Git. Inside this folder, okay, we have one folder called hooks. And inside the hooks folder, okay, there's a multiple sample examples available. These are the scripts. Okay, they're trying to tell you in the Git, when you do pre-commit, I will run this script. If you do post-commit, I will do something. If I do rebase, whatever guys you know about anything about Git push and Git thing, you can do anything here. So for every event in the GitHub, you can write one script here. Okay, and for example, I want whenever commit happens successfully, it's called post-commit. So we can write one script. Okay, the name should be, this name is fixed, post-commit only. They are sample file, means they are not running as example files. But if you want to run any of the file, you have to give the file name only or rename the file. So example, post commit is not there. I'm going to get a new one. Okay, it's a new file. is a normal typical script, like a shell script. The name is fixed. How can I know this name? You can go to Git document. They can give these name to you. Okay. Open this file, and this file you get to write script, normally like bin bash. This way we write the script, and here you can run any of the command. For example, I can write echo and say git code upload that done. Okay, and maybe before this I can write git post command. Or I can use email, SMS, all the script that you know, you don't know, and you know in the future you can write anything. The point here is, okay, as soon as I commit, automatically this file will run in a shell scripting called bash. So anything you know about shell scripting, you write here. If you don't know, it doesn't matter. I'm just giving extra knowledge to you. Okay, but main thing I want to do a git push, and here just printing the message just for the reference. That's all. That's all the only thing you can do. Otherwise, all of scripting knowledge you can apply here. Okay, see. Now if you do ls, this file created. Created. Okay, also check one more small thing. Okay, just check the file permission. It is X, it is by default there, means this file is executable. That's all. The file name should be this one. Let me come out from this folder. Let me come out from this folder again, reach to same folder. Now what happened? Okay, we have put this file as a script, and this script, guys, is also known as hook. Now what happened? As soon as you do git commit, Git will always check this hook available. After commit successfully done, let's go post commit. If this hook available and the script available, they will run this entire script for us. And whatever there in the script, they will run for you. And what is run? They will run the git push. So it means now everything is automated. Now what happened? Okay, I don't have to go to my Jenkins, okay, to run any of the job. I don't have to go to GitHub to do anything. I don't have to do any git push. Okay, without doing anything. If you see, guys, right now my current website is this one. Okay, now my developer is working in the laptop without depending on any of the team members. Let's say they will change the color to red. Okay, automated. Some message. Okay, save. My developer only save. Only what normally developer do. They only do git commit. That's all. This is what the developer do from local system or maybe from the IDE. Let's say Eclipse or IntelliJ or maybe Visual Studio Code, whatever you use, and there you say new done something. There's a message. So what happened? What you will see without doing any push. Okay, automatic code push to GitHub here. They run the here. They do the push automatically happen. Okay, it means the push to the GitHub automatically. See here. Recently they push, right? And automatically you see the job run in a minute. And as soon as job run, your code will be deployed. So automatically, almost like end-to-end. In end-to-end, there's hundreds of things we can add, but it is something like this. From end-to-end, it has been completely automated. So based on, guys, and between this entire process, what new technology you want to add for other purpose like build, test, I'm just giving you a different capabilities of the Docker. In upcoming classes, I'll show you more and more processes we are going to add in between. Okay, so waiting this minute to be complete. Okay, and as soon as one minute complete, you will see the build run and new website will be deployed in the server. Okay, otherwise there's lots of more powerful here Automate 9 is started. and as soon as this job run, all right, and then you will see your new website will be updated with the new changes automated, right? So this is, guys, one of the capability. Otherwise, there's much more powerful triggers. Okay, this trigger also has some kind of challenges, but right now it's good to use. Okay, but I will show you other challenges. Means explain the challenges in the next class, and then we'll use some more powerful triggers to be used here. Okay, but I think this is the first class, and for the first class, lot of information, guys, we have done and discussed, and everything I show you practically how the thing work. So I want to guys conclude the today's class. Have this setup ready. Try to do all the setup by yourself. I will share some basic video of Linux and the Docker. So be prepared for the next class. So we can go more deep into the Jenkins with the multiple tool integration part. Okay. And there's a multiple step we can write, build, test, other things also. My motto is just to show you the different capabilities of the Docker. But in the next class, we start doing those practicals also, right? So that's all. Any quick queries, guys? If you have, you can ask me. You can ask me. Okay. Even though integration of Docker with multiple services of AWS that you guys was asking me, that can also be possible. I can keep on showing you multiple things, but those who wanted to learn AWS, I'm going to come in this coming Tuesday, the global certification training of AWS called CSA in very detail with hundreds of different use cases. So those who wanted to learn AWS cloud, you can join my Tuesday class. Every day happen from Tuesday to Friday, 1.5 hours per day at 9:15 IST time. Okay, those who want to join the AWS. Okay, otherwise, for the Jenkins, we will see more detail in the upcoming classes. But otherwise, any query if you have, we will discuss. So how to connect with Ansible? Maybe Mohammed, I might have to help you in the upcoming classes. Okay, how to connect with Ansible? I'll show you definitely. Okay. So if when I change the file, I had to add file again and again before commit or directly commit in case. No, Vishal, we can also directly commit. So with that also we can add some kind of extra triggers, or maybe in our IDs, we have the option for this we can do. Any shell scripting class in the future? Most probably, maybe not. Some month back, I had delivered one detailed shell scripting classes. So it might be available. I don't have to contact to my team. It might be available as a recorded classes where I explain the detail about shell scripting. Okay, so for your knowledge, guys, you can go for shell scripting classes, but for Jenkins as such, we don't need any scripting knowledge. That's what I want to again try to tell you. How policy be run behind the scene? Santosh, good thing you ask. So technically, Jenkins maintain the local commit ID of the last download. Every second every minute they go to GitHub and check what the latest commit ID they have. They check if both the commit ID is same, it means there's no change. But if the commit ID change, commit ID means this thing. If this commit ID change, this one, what Jenkins had locally, okay, it means they come to know the data has been changed. Then they only that is the reason that is the time they will download this latest code. So this is what the idea Jenkins used behind the scene in the poll SCM. They comparing the commit ID, that's all, or the commit history, I can say. Okay. So Santosh, this is how poll SCM work. Depend, guys, Nitesh, it is up to your project requirement. Most of the time code review is good. You have to review it, and most of the time maybe not. Okay, but yeah, as a complete pipeline, having the code review is always good. That's what I suggest, right? But again, depend upon the requirement. So can this automation apply multiple? Yes, Samir, we can do it. And in upcoming class, I'll show you how to use the multiple server. Plus, also you can deploy behind the load balancer. If you have an AWS knowledge, we can launch the load balancer and run the multiple server behind the load balancer and to deploy in all the servers. That can also be possible. But yeah, if you know how to implement the load balancer, then I can show you. Otherwise, it would be harder to understand. So any class for OpenStack, OpenShift? Srinivas, recently we have delivered OpenShift class in very detail, even the global program from Red Hat, DO 180 and 280. So you can get the recording from my team as a, I don't know how they provide you. OpenStack, we might come soon because it's been very long. We have delivered OpenStack, okay, but we might come soon about the OpenStack training. Okay, Ansible class as such won't come in the future because recently again we deliver Ansible. Now when you can go for recorded classes, what I provided recently about the Ansible. Again, this is the official program from Red Hat we deliver. Let's go 294 about the Ansible. Yes, Kundan, in my upcoming class, we'll talk about the agent node where we talk about master slave setup in detail. So there I explain you how to do the setup of agent and the master slave in the next classes. So Santosh, after my AWS CSA classes, I might come with the AWS developer track and then AWS DevOps track. So there's 2 or 3 tracks we have in the plan, one by one. But I highly recommend if you want to go for developer and the AS and the DevOps track of AWS, having the good knowledge in CSA, the way I'm going to deliver in very detail. Okay, if you have that, that makes more sense to go more deep into the developer track and the DevOps track. Okay. So how to get dashboard for the enterprise application having multiple services to deploy. So example, I have the project name ABC and in that multiple services they are. Ramesh, I might not so much clear what exactly you're asking if you reframe your question, but if you say if you say you want to create some customized dashboard, okay, so there's a multiple, I don't know if I won't give you a random answer, right? If you can again really re-elaborate what exactly you're looking for. You want Jenkins will provide you some kind of dashboard, or you want some customer dashboard to be created by some language, maybe some front end or node, something like this, or you want some tool like Splunk. They have a way, they have the app, right? They will show you the entire information in there, some kind of custom dashboard. I don't know. So if you can again re-elaborate, I might help you. Okay. Arshuman, there's a different thing, right? PolSCM is for Jenkins, right? But webhooks is for local system. So Jenkins can't come to a local system as such. So developer working in the local system. So as soon as the developer commit, I want my push automatically done. There I use webhook in my local computer. After push done, then my PolSCM will help. Jenkins will help take the help of PolSCM to get the latest data from the Git. So both guys had a different use. So I again, Santosh, I'm also very curious for next class because lots more. I have tons of data in the Jenkins to be delivered to you. So very excited. In the next class, we go to very next level. Yes, Abhinav, we will come in with the Terraform training soon. We will update you soon. Okay. That's the idea. And yes, Harsha, you are right. Recently, we have delivered the detailed specialized program in DevOps, right? Almost Kubernetes, Ansible, multiple things we cover. Mostly per technology, I normally take the next class every year. So this technology training should come in the next year, right? But yeah, this time we are providing the videos. Okay. What is the process to get the video? You can connect to my team. They will help you. Okay. So Jaykant, the way you install the Apache web server HTTPD, same way we can install the JBoss also. So whatever the commands we need in the JBoss, right, to install, like normally in the JBoss we have an installer available, so we can go for the installer, standalone or cluster mode, whatever the mode you want to use. So you can use the command. with the command line arguments, okay, not by the kind of interactive mode. Those commands you can use in the Jenkins and they will solve the JBoss for you. Okay, but only the key is you need the command. Or second key is the command should be non-interactive. If they interact, they ask you something, that will fail, the way I explained to you. Yes, Ramesh, you can send the screenshot to me either here, or if you can put the screenshot in my LinkedIn, my message. Okay, if you can search my name Vimal Daga in LinkedIn, you can put there, or you can share somewhere in my through my WhatsApp. My team will send to you, so I might help you in the next class. Yes, Naveen, we have a AWS DevOps Tech come up, but right now we're launching CSA. Then after CSA, maybe we will come up with the developer or the DevOps. One of the track we will come. For the future automation Ansible for the network automation, John is great. Okay, it's great. So network automation with the Ansible would be one of the area where Ansible community working very actively. And even though that is the reason that it has one advanced customized course, especially for the network automation by the Ansible they have. So answer is yes, what you're asking. Their community working very heavily, and almost all the network related devices we can automate it, right, with the help of Ansible. Can we share the schedule for AWS? I ask my team, they will share the AWS class schedule to everyone. So I did have the Jenkins setup. Siva, today I explained you the entire setup of the Jenkins, but this entire screenshot and the command will share you in the Google Drive, and Google Drive link will share to everyone soon. Okay. How to set up a multi-node cluster? I'm in the same way. The way you have set up the Kubernetes, I show you in my classes of Kubernetes multi-node setup. Same, you can do it AWS. So I believe one of the video I have shared you in your Kubernetes classes, I think with Kubernetes on the top of Cryo, and I believe that setup I show you on the top of AWS cloud only, if I am not wrong. Okay, but either same, the way you set up Kubernetes multi-node in your local system, same way you can do on the AWS also. Okay, so that's all, guys. Almost all the query I try to touch. Any query left, just try practice implementing by yourself. You will get the idea. Otherwise, in my next class, I will definitely address your queries. So that's all, guys. It's like a first day of Jenkins, but yeah, we have touched multiple things and multiple practicals we have performed. So that's all, guys. See you in the next class next weekend, and enjoy practicing Jenkins. Take care. See you. Bye.